Test, test. Test, test.
Oh, I hear you better now than I have all night.
Sounds good.
If you got a third set, I'll put them on just to help my eardrums from bursting.
Some would say we need all the help we can get. Have to ask Connie about an extra set. Wants to know if you have an extra set of headphones so his eardrums don't burst.
It's okay. I'll live. I should have brought my own. I could have just plugged in.
All right, you ready?
Whenever you are, big man, you're in charge.
The sad state of affairs as we know it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it's time for hometown nights under the Friday Night Lights. Here we are on the campus of East Columbus High School, the Swamp, for Whiteville and East Columbus. Franklin Davis here with a little basketball preview. Franklin, good to have you back. Franklin, my first broadcast partner for basketball. And Franklin, this is going to be, I hate to say this for a ladies basketball or a women's basketball game, but it's going to be a heavyweight fight.
Oh, absolutely. I think if you look at what has taken place in non-conference play, Whiteville and East Columbus certainly look like the cream of the crop in the Waccamaw Conference. East Columbus with the only winning record of a women's team in non-conference play. And Whiteville, despite the fact that they have a losing record, if you look to see who they have lost against, I think the approximately 46-30 was the record of the opponents that they've lost to. So it's not like they've, played down in class and not played very well. And some of those games have been pretty close. So I think Coach Serena Smith used non-conference play to prepare for conference play and possibly the playoffs.
Traditionally, Whiteville's basketball program in the playoffs every year, in the thick of the conference race. And talk to me a bit about that decision to play a tougher non-conference schedule as opposed to getting some quick wins early in the season.
It's a double-edged sword, Kevin, because now with using the RPI as far as getting a wild card spots in the playoffs, your winning percentage is a big factor. But also the quality of the competition that you play factors into it as well. So you're going to get some bump from playing good teams, even if you don't beat them. But you got to have some wins to go along with it too. The big thing in the Waccamaw now with the size of the conference, there's only one guaranteed 2A playoff spot. There's only one guaranteed 1A playoff spot. So anything else that gets in has to get in as a wild card. I think that you are probably going to be looking tonight at the two teams that are heavy favorites to pick up those two automatic bids. East Columbus the 1A and Whiteville the 2A.
Okay, let's divide this up a little bit. First, tell me a little bit about the East Columbus Gators. Lady Gators, as you said, good a decent non-conference schedule, only team with a winning record. What's their identity this year?
Athletic. But you could say that about just about any East Columbus women's team over the past number of years. They're going to be athletic. They're going to have some good shooters. They're going to be able to press full court when necessary, handle the basketball, and they've got a really strong group of young players that played together. I think Malaya Graham is a freshman that was on that undefeated East Columbus middle school team last year that's playing a big role for the varsity squad as a freshman. So they've got a nice mix of experience with people like Harmony Somerville and Destiny Mitchell, but some youth that have some really good skills too. So I expect them to be very competitive tonight, and if I were rating the game, I'd rate it a toss-up or maybe even give East Columbus the advantage since they're on their home court.
Okay, now let's take a look at Whiteville. Traditionally, year in, year out, a strong program. And talk to us a little bit about what Whiteville brings to the table this year.
Two very good, very young guards. Elijah Dawson, their freshman, Zahara Shipman, freshman, Elijah Dawson, sophomore, combined for 27 points in their most recent game. They win over good West Bladen. that was an impressive win. West Bladen went into Whiteville with a record of 8-1 on Tuesday night. Whiteville beat them by 20 points. And if you can beat a Brian McClenny team by 20 points, you're getting it together. And Dawson and Shipman combined for 27, I think, in that ball game. So they have really good guard play. They're going to be athletic. They're going to get up and down the court, and they're going to get after you defensively.
Okay, I know we haven't really done a basketball preview, but now that we're in the meat of the season, we're getting to the conference schedule. Handicap the boys and the girls brace for us this year.
Okay, boys is easy. Trask. I think Trask is head and shoulders above anybody else in the conference. And if you look at the teams that they have played and defeated, then they have wins over East Bladen, and East Bladen's beaten just about everyone else in the Waccamaw Conference, but Trask took care of them. Trask did have an overtime loss Wednesday night to 3A Jacksonville, but still 7-4. They are the cream of the crop in the 2A. The 1A race, West Columbus has come on strong. They're 5-6 now. They're athletic with Unique Kelly and Jalen Bellamy and Cameron Eady, Xander Axelberg. You can pretty much take their football offense or defense and say, okay, well, now they're on the basketball court, Just they've changed uniforms and changed the type of shoes they wear. But I haven't seen East Columbus boys play. This will be the first time seeing them play tonight. East Columbus, West Columbus, hard to say what they're going to do from the boys' standpoint. They always battle hard. We'll just have to see. But I would right now say Trask, head and shoulders, 2A boys. West Columbus probably the favorite in 2A men. West Columbus probably the favorite 1A men. Whiteville the favorite in 2A women, and East Columbus the favorite in 1A women.
Franklin, we appreciate everything you do for us. Those of you who don't know, Franklin behind the scenes is always good for a conversation, a really good walking encyclopedia of Columbus County sports in pretty much every sport. So just want to thank you again for everything you do for all of us and the coverage you give and the news reporter gives to Columbus County, schools and Columbus County sports.
Well, thank you, Kevin. And one reason I'm a dictionary is because I have access to the news reporter archives, and that helps me find out a lot of things. And since you mentioned it, I encourage everyone out there to check out the all-access subscription to the news reporter. You can get it on a monthly basis, and I'll do everything I can to keep you up with everything going on in Waccamaw Conference basketball.
Now, having said that, I just renewed mine yesterday.
You the man. Thank you, sir.
All right, Franklin Davis, thanks for joining us with our good basketball preview. Up next, Brett Burrs and I on the call of East Columbus and Whiteville. Franklin, thank you. Franklin, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I sent you the stuff. You get it?
I'm pulling it up now. Top two, the girls.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Swamp at East Columbus High School for tonight's varsity girls game between the visiting Whiteville Wolfpack and your East Columbus Lady Gators. Your East Columbus color guard for tonight's contest consists of Private First Class Correas Weapons, Corporal Calderon Lopez Weapons, First Sergeant Robinson United States Flag, Captain Graham North Carolina State Flag, and Lieutenant Colonel McCoy receiving. And now, to honor America, would you please stand for the singing of our national anthem?
Thompson will sing next time.
Okay, Brett, we are back on the air. Brett, thanks for joining us. Missed you toward the end of football season, but I'm going to tell you something, Brett. I think every principal should be made as part of a three-part harmony to sing the national anthem after seeing that.
You know, I was thinking the same thing, and I'm going to talk to Adam Thompson and see if he'll give us his rendition of that national anthem at the next South Columbus game.
At South Columbus next Friday night,
okay.
And I think you should challenge that.
Now, I can't promise that's going to happen, but I can always ask. Hey, they did an awesome job, man. I'll tell you what, the principal, the assistant principal, and one of the teachers, Dante, which I taught in class years ago, and I didn't know he could sing, but did a great job.
I'm telling you, the things I ask administrators to do nowadays is awful incredible. Starting lineups.
I was going to say the same thing. Starting lineups for Whiteville. We're trying to get our rosters from our cell phone, so we may miss some names or whatever tonight. But we tried our best to get some rosters from the teams, but
we're
managed to get them.
We're sorry, Mom and Dad. We do apologize.
Yeah, we'll try our best.
And I'm going to tell you something, Brett. Nice to see this East Columbus and Whiteville crowd. The gym is pretty full tonight.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of pink going on. Must be a pink out night.
Pink night.
Okay, Think Pink night here at East Columbus. So exciting, and the girls seem to be a little bit pumped up here. It's supposed to be a really good basketball game, so we'll see what we got in store.
I missed this over Christmas break.
Yeah, we've been on a little hiatus. I think our last game was the football game, West Columbus, in their second round playoff game. But we've all gone through the Christmas break, and now it's time to put some air in that orange ball and get it going.
Now tell me, how was Disney?
Crowded. Lack of a better word.
Well, I know how much you enjoyed it. How much did the girls enjoy it?
They had fun. I think the thing that they enjoyed the most was the little gondola rides to get from one park to another. They enjoyed that free stuff, so we should have just done that for free.
Nothing wrong with that at all. I got the opportunity. My mother-in-law gave us probably one of the better presents I've ever gotten. She actually got to cruise to a land-sea cruise to Alaska.
Awesome.
So right after school gets out, I'm going to go be off to the frozen white north.
You know, actually, talking about Alaska, I actually sent a package off today to Alaska for the first time ever. I'm like, wow, people really live in Alaska. But anyway, got a good ball game here tonight. Whiteville versus East Columbus, and it's projected to be probably, for the top of the conference here. So playing at East Columbus is going to be tough for Whiteville to come out and play on the home court East Columbus, but we'll see what happens.
So, Brett, talk to me a little bit. This is the first conference game. You've had the chance to get your legs underneath you from Christmas break. Talk to me a little bit about coming back from Christmas and playing basketball.
Well, I look at both of these teams' non-conference games, and East Columbus probably got the best non-conference, but Whiteville's played some really good teams and, lost to them, really close. So, two really good teams right here tonight. But coming back from Christmas is always tough because it's hard to get everybody together over Christmas.
How hard is it to get into game shape quickly when you're starting that non-conference conference schedule, first week?
Well, I think Whiteville's going to be pretty good because they played over Christmas and, kept their legs under them.
Whiteville controls the tip. Zahari Shipman quickly to the basket for two. Back the other way. Coming back and forth. Rebounded.
That's a walk. Yep.
Walk call will go back the other direction.
That's probably a basket that East Columbus should have had there. Wide open snowbird. Girl got behind the defense there and just couldn't come up with the layup.
Okay, Whiteville with the ball going from left to right, and East Columbus will be going from right to left. Round the horn we go, inside and out. Stolen by East Columbus, and we'll move back the other direction. Nice steal by number 11, Malia Graham. Graham with the basketball, takes it down to the corner.
Looks like Whiteville's came out in a man defense here, all in their jaws, and East Columbus having a tough time with it there with a turnover out of bounds there.
Two quick turnovers by East Columbus, Brett. I think in this game, getting opportunities at the basket is going to be at a premium, and you can't afford to have missed opportunities.
Yeah. Looks like East Columbus is back in a 1-3-1. Looks like they may extend that out a little bit, maybe try to trap at the corners. Best way to beat that for White was to, shoot it from the outside, and we'll see if they can get it there. Inside
out. Shot by Kellyana Shipman. Hacked in the act and should go to the line for two.
Yeah, the coach is over here saying, just go straight up, throw your hands up. You'd have a good block there. But when she came down with those hands there, Kevin, that's automatic foul every time.
She is the tallest girl on the floor, Brett, and all she's got to do is, extend that body.
Yep. But East Columbus, they don't need balls to get inside the paint if they're playing that defense there. They want Whiteville to shoot the ball from the outside.
KK Shipman makes the first. 3-0, 6:52 to go here in the first. Makes them both, and it's a 4-0 score. Whiteville in the press. Round the horn we go. Ball taken by number 1, Malaya Hines.
Another probably layup there that should have been made by East Columbus there. East Columbus just needs to settle down a little bit and hit the shots that they can hit, and they'll be okay.
No secret what Whiteville does. They pressure you into making mistakes, and you have to take your opportunities when you can get them. Inside out, stolen by number 4, and that is Mitchell. East Columbus with 3 opportunities at the basket, can't find the can't find
and
the door.
Very close to their third turnover of the game.
Graham inbound the basketball.
Well, that's got to be a foul.
Just a little one.
Yeah. It was tied up till, she turned and got all over her back. But, Whiteville's going to pressure you with that defense.
KK Shipman, her first, team first.
And that's not the girl that they want to get in foul trouble.
Backing around.
Another shot should have been made. Probably need to go to the glass there.
Use the glass when possible. Whiteville with the basketball going from left to right up the top of the key.
East Columbus still in that 1-3-1.
Ball to the high post and back out. Stolen once again by East Columbus.
Looks like Whiteville wants to get to that high post at the top of the key and then run their guard backside to try to score off of it. But the pass from the big man from the top of the key is just getting intercepted every time.
Brett, early foul trouble for Whiteville. KK Shipman with her second foul and the second team foul.
Yeah, that ain't what you want if you're Whiteville there. You don't want one of your best players on the bench.
But early foul trouble for East Columbus, and another turnover, the third by East.
Yeah, East having a tough time with this Whiteville tenacious defense.
Whiteville will pressure you. They've done it for years, pressure you all over the court, Brett. And East Columbus, again, their non-conference schedule, I don't think has prepared them well for this.
Yeah. If you're looking at home here, you can see number 23 there is trying to post up at the top of the key. They want to get it to her and then, run their play from there.
Serenity Harvey's, open in the low post, in the high post, and they just got to get to the basketball. Off the pick, ball to the corner. It's up. No good, but rebound by Whiteville. She took an elbow to the chin for her trouble and gets called for the foul.
Yeah, she did foul, though. I have to give her that. And referee's doing a good job trying to clean it up quick.
Hines first, team first.
Whiteville with a stack underneath.
Nice block by what's going?
5 turnovers, East Columbus.
Do you call a timeout here, Brett?
Well, it's still 4-0. You're doing a good job defensively, and you hope your defense will lead to some easy baskets in transition. But, East Columbus hadn't taken to the bank yet.
East Columbus already with 3 turnovers and a couple of fouls. Ball to the corner, partially blocked. Rebounded by number 23, Serenity Harvey. She's hacked in the act, go to the line for 2.
And if you're Whiteville, that is a good place to beat that 1-3-1, is to the corner and have a big man sliding down and try to give it to her. That's exactly what Whiteville did there, and 23 draws the foul.
I mean, moving without the basketball, I think it's going to be key to Whiteville's game tonight. Harvey misses the first. Bailey Padgett checking in for East Columbus.
Whiteville in full control of this game, but only up 4-0.
Opportunities. Rebounded by number 14, and that is Destiny Mitchell. All the way up to Malaya Hines. Hines took to the side of the key. Ball thrown up, missed. Rebounded by East Columbus, who picks up their first bucket. Malaya Hines with her first.
It looks like East Columbus is going to have the advantage in the height here. So, look for a lot of trash baskets and putbacks by East Columbus to score here.
4-2 our score, 4:43 to go here in the first.
There's a steal.
Cherry picked by East Columbus in number 11, Graham. Graham gets the layup, and it's now a 4-4 game.
No, she missed it. She was fouled, though.
Okay.
It didn't go in.
I'm looking behind the monitor.
I think somebody hit the net, and it looked like it went in, but it didn't.
And then the other thing, I'm trying to look through the monitor to see the basket. I want to slide over just a little bit.
But probably, again, a shot that should have been made. Foul wasn't really that hard.
Graham hits her first, 4-3 our score. Yeah.
Turnovers leading the points, Kevin. That's going to be big tonight with both teams.
And I think, Brett, we're going to have a close ball game. Free throws are going to be important, too.
Yeah.
Misses the second, rebounded by Whiteville, going back the other direction. Whiteville forces the ball to the corner. Thinks about a three, does not take it. Come around the corner, does not get the bucket to fall. Another shot, rebounded by number 14, Mitchell, and we're going the other direction. Hines with the basketball. Has it stolen from her by number 21 from Whiteville. Her layup missed. Rebounded by Whiteville once again.
And East Columbus players, they're still back. East Columbus only had 2 people down there. 3 of East Columbus girls walking back. Didn't get in position.
East Columbus basketball, bro, we're going back the other direction.
Wow.
We've had a lot of action, but very few points.
Those 2 young ladies did a good job defensively there. Looks like East Columbus don't have their legs under them tonight, Kevin. And that could be a layoff, because of Christmas.
Not only that, but it's their second ball game of the week, Brett.
True. I did not know that. I'm glad you told me.
Ball stolen, going back the other direction. Malaya Hines with the basketball gets pushed, and it'll be underneath.
That's got to be on the floor there, Kevin.
It is.
Okay. Whiteville's probably going to get in that stack offense where they try to run their big man straight to the basket. They're going to run a little something different here.
Up to the top, back around to Hines. All the way across, hits the iron, Brett.
Is that a pass or a shot? Hook shot pass?
We'll ask our official scorer, at a break, and we got a 30-second timeout. And let's ask our official scorer, was that a pass or was that a shot?
It had to be a pass. I'm taking it as a pass. Because she did like a little hook shot looking thing. But, 4-3 ball game, Whiteville in the lead here. Whiteville looks in control, but East Columbus scoring some trash baskets and some baskets off transition and steals.
So far, the name of the game for both teams, Brett, seems to be missed opportunities. Whiteville's missed the opportunity to take control of this game, and East Columbus having trouble getting out of the blocks, gave up 4 quick points, and is just now brought back to 4 and 3.
And, East Columbus has probably got already 6 or 7 turnovers, and Whiteville's only got 4 points. I'm sure Serena wants her girls to score off of turnovers.
That's the name of the game where Whiteville, they always like to score in transition, and they've had their opportunities, Brett, but have not been able to answer the call. Okay, East Columbus in the backcourt will inbound the basketball. Number 11, Malia Graham, will get it to Malaya Hines. Hines with the basketball, approaching half court. Gets it to the corner. Trapped in the corner. Nowhere to go.
And that's what they want to do, Kevin. Whiteville wants you to take the ball to the corner. As soon as they see that ball to the corner, they trap hard, put foot to foot, use the sidelines as defenders also.
So tell me, Brett, how do you break that press?
You got to bring somebody to the middle. You got to flash somebody to the middle.
Okay, Hines. Sorry. Shipman takes the ball bound underneath.
Good ball, that's a walk, though.
Too many steps.
If she'd have put the ball down with a power dribble and turned, that would have been okay, but she just turned and put it up.
Hines with the basketball once again in the backcourt. Ball, as you
That's
said,
where you want to get it right there.
3 up. No good. Bailey Paget gets the rebound. Hacked in the act. She'll go to the line for 2.
That's exactly where you want to get the basketball, from the sides to the middle, back to the sides.
I don't know if that was prophetic or profound, Brett, but you hit, very alertly hit them where the ball needed to go.
There you go. Hey, they might have been listening to me.
Number 30, Bailey Paget to take the free throw line for 2 shots for East Columbus. Paget hits the first, and we have a tie score with 3:03 to go.
East Columbus with a chance to take the lead here. I give credit to East Columbus. They've done a good job on the defensive end.
Paget misses the second. Rebounded by East Columbus. Up no good. Rebounded once again by East. Dribbling out of trouble. Gets it around the corner to Mitchell. Mitchell's jumper up, no good. Rebounded by Whiteville. Paget tried to tie her up, unsuccessful. Going back the other direction quickly.
East Columbus just can't hit the easy shot underneath, Kevin.
I think if you're East Columbus, you're going to look back on this quarter and say, we could and should be up by a couple here.
I agree.
Tapped out of bounds, and we'll go back the other direction. 4-4 score, 2.5 to go here in the first. East Columbus with the basketball going from right to left.
We've talked a lot about Whiteville's defense, but East Columbus's defense has stepped up tonight in that 1-3-1 and doing a good job moving around and causing some turnovers and some frustration for this Wolfpack.
Okay.
Somebody to the middle. There she is, if she can get it to her.
Mitchell tries to drive through, double dribbles, and we'll go back the other direction. Again, Brett, tit for tat, one adjustment to another, and both of these teams just can't find the answer right now for consistent basketball. Sticking with the ball at the top of the key, surveying the scene. Around the corner to back to the top of the key.
East Columbus is just daring Whiteville to take shots from the wing, and Whiteville just can't get a shot.
Lazy Dawson very content to stand out there, gets the ball over to Shipman, back to underneath.
There you go.
In and out, rebounded by number 1, Blay Hines. Quickly up the floor is East, slows it down. 3 is up, no good. Rebounded by East. Tied up
there.
And the possession will go to East Columbus. Good hustle play. East Columbus with 2 shots under the basket. Can't get either one to fall.
Seems like East Columbus is finding a way to break this press, Kevin. Maybe they've adjusted to it a little bit.
4-4 score. 1:42 to go here in the first quarter. All the way up to Destiny Mitchell. Mitchell's jumper up, no good. Rebounded by number 21. Hall. Hall gets the ball up the floor. Drives, takes it underneath, tries to force the pass to number 11. And
call number 1 on a foul there. I don't think the crowd liked it.
So Harry Shipman picking up the foul.
The Boo Birds are coming out.
Actually, I take that back. That was against East. That Malaya Hines with her foul. Second personal on Malaya Hines. 14th foul.
And that's not good for East Columbus either. So you got, one of your best players for Whiteville on the bench and one of your best players for East Columbus on the bench.
Alea White, checks into the ball game and see, she can keep up the offense. Tapped out of bounds by East Columbus will still be Whiteville ball. Nobody able to get a foothold yet, Brett. We got a tie score, but both teams having multiple opportunities at the basket. Force it back in underneath. A push by number 14, Destiny Mitchell, and bigs for both teams getting in foul trouble early. Mitchell's first team foul, and quickly in and out. Apparently we had a tap, and it'll be Whiteville basketball. All the way up to the top corner to Malia Graham. Around the corner we go. Diving through the lane, does not get the layup to fall, and rebounded by number 2, Alea White for East Columbus, already proving early dividends, checking in early in here in the first quarter.
A 4-4 tie here in the first quarter, a defensive struggle.
Mitchell around the corner, getting harassed the whole way through. Tries to baseball pass it, throws it out of bounds to the right corner of the bleachers. Lazia Dawson with the basketball up to the top of the Sherbet in the scene, gets it over to Zahari Shipman. Back to Dawson. Excuse me.
Looks like Whiteville may settle for the last shot here, Kevin.
We always say that, Brett, but it never happens.
Yeah, well, See.
Precisely.
Hey, they had a set play there. And that's where they need to get the basketball if they want to beat this 1-3-1. In the corner and the attack from the corner.
Zahari Shipman. He gets the bucket. Ball tapped out of bounds coming up the floor. And we got substitution for East Columbus, and that's number 12.
But what East Columbus needs to do is if that ball gets to the corner, you need to trap there out of that 1-3-1.
As Phaedra Marine checks in.
They hadn't shown a trap yet.
30 seconds to go here in the first. 6-4 in favor of Whiteville. Another quick steal by Whiteville. Steps out of bounds and turns it over. Had a golden opportunity for a bucket and just one too many steps.
She probably should have went ahead and taken it up herself and tried to make that, instead of trying to make that pass there. But just another turnover for Whiteville.
East Columbus getting trapped in the corner. Quick cherry pick up and a bucket.
Beating the pressure there led to a basket.
Quick passes, and that's number 11, Malia Graham with a bucket, and it's tied 6-6 with 3 seconds to go here in the first. Tap blocked, and we are at the end of the first with our score 6-6. And Brett, tell us what you're seeing.
I'm seeing a defensive struggle here. Both teams playing really well defensively, and the points have pretty much led to. Yeah, a lot of turnovers here, and I think it's because of the defensive intensity there. 10 turnovers to 8 turnovers, and those turnovers really hadn't turned into points because each team has gotten back on defense there. Think about East Columbus has missed a lot of golden opportunities underneath. I can count like 5 snowbirds underneath by themselves that they just missed. So I'm thinking East Columbus right now should be up and feel pretty good about this game.
Tell us what a snowbird is for those of us who don't know, Brett.
Okay, a snowbird is a basket that there's nobody around you and you just miss it. About 1 foot from the basket.
Kind of like the way I used to shoot.
Yeah. I was just assuming everybody knew what a snowbird was, but maybe not.
Well, you got to understand, I went to high school and college in the Poconos, Brett. Yeah. A snowbird in a ski area means something totally different.
You know what a can of corn is in baseball?
That I know.
Okay, all right.
I know what a Texas leaguer is, too.
Okay,
Franklin taught me that.
Okay. That's how I used to get singles, Texas leaguers. But in the scorebook, it looked like a flying line drive, baby.
Okay, Whiteville to take the basketball to inbound for the start of the second quarter, Brett. 6-6 our score, 1 quarter down.
You're going to have to move, Franklin. All right, here we go. Whiteville bringing the ball up midcourt.
Number 21, Dawson with the basketball, surveying his team. Doesn't like what she sees, backs it out. She'll look at it again.
Again, East Columbus in that 1-3-1.
Tipped out of bounds by Zahari Shipman, and we'll go back the other direction.
What they're trying to do, it looks like Mitchell is playing the top point there, and they're trying to set some kind of screen there. But she's doing a good job not letting the screen bother her defense.
Tipped out of bounds once again, still Gator basketball. Gators look to get to half court, all the way over to KK Shipman. Sorry, not Shipman, Mitchell. Ball underneath, taken over by Whiteville. Again, missed opportunities by East Columbus. Dribble penetration off the front rim, no good. Rebounded by East Columbus. Spinning around like a top, trying to get the ball out.
Mitchell
Cherry picked up to Mitchell. Up and good. Whiteville the basketball now down 8-6. Alazia Dawson with the basketball, surveying the scene once again. Over to Zahari Shipman. Back to Dawson.
All right, excuse me, ma'am. Sorry about that, couldn't see, guys. All right, here we go. East Columbus with the steal, number 1. It's like she was
knocked out of bounds. No foul called. Surprisingly, racketed on both sides. Brett does not get the call, and it'll be East Columbus basketball.
Look for a shot here by Mitchell. Foot was on the line, I believe, though.
That is correct. Quick rebound by East Columbus. Put it back up, no good. Whiteville with the basketball. Whiteville pushes it up. Driving the lane is Dawson. Bracketed well by East Columbus. Her shot is up, no good, goes out of bounds to East Columbus.
I don't think they call 3 seconds anymore in this league because they were camped out with a campfire underneath there. I think about 3 of them were.
I've seen that called differently every ball game we've done the last few years, Brett. Tries to force that pass stolen by Tiana Hall. Hall kicks it back to Dawson. The jump shot up, no good. East Columbus with the basketball. 2 on, no break. Mitchell shot up, no good. Rebounded by East, and it is up and good. Malia Hine.
Yeah. Looks like Whiteville's a little tired right now, Kevin. Not getting back on defense. Maybe a TO here for Coach Smith.
Malia Graham with the basket, and we are now 10-6 Gators. So Whiteville, East Columbus has gone from up 4 to down 4 now. Stolen once again by East Columbus. Drops it off to the corner. Up, no good. Rebounded by Whiteville. Looking to force the basketball. She looks up. She got a snowbird. Round to the corner. Tries to force it in. Throws it up with no good. Dawson will bring it back around. We'll reset.
I think both teams are getting really tired here, Kevin.
Conditioning again, Brett, right after the first of the year. Jump shot up, no good. Tied up, and we have.
It's going to be East Columbus ball, right?
Actually, I believe it's Whiteville. I think East Columbus had it the first time.
No.
No?
Whiteville got it.
Whiteville got the half,
yeah.
the quarter, yes.
Quarter, yeah.
Okay. Wholesale changes by both teams, Brett. Again, very winded. It's the second game of the week, the first week back from Christmas break, and conditioning is going to be at a premium, especially once we get in the second half.
Yeah. You're going to see East Columbus try to get the ball to the middle here at half court, but every time they throw it there, it gets stolen. Let's see if they make a change here.
Hines with the basketball kicks it up to.
Yeah, they did.
Yes, they Mitchell all the way across court. Harassed in the act by number 4, KK Shipman, and I think that's her third.
Maybe, Kevin. That's on her. Did they call it on her?
Yep.
Foul charge number 4, KK Shipman, her third personal.
Yep. And that's why you don't put them back in with 2 fouls.
Again, in a ball game like this, you're going to need every person. Mitchell with the basketball shot, no good. Rebounded by East Columbus. Heads up play. White's made a couple of good plays here. Destiny Mitchell picks up the quick bucket, and it's now a 12-6 game.
Shipman may be the kind of player that can play with 2 and 3 fouls. You got to trust him.
Driving the lane does not gets it tipped away. East Columbus with the basket. A carry called, and we'll go back the other direction.
Yeah. They sort of cut back on the number of fouls they've been calling here, Kev.
Again, getting a little rough and tumble. And, Brett, I've seen you get upset about this. If you don't call these things tight early, they get real messy late.
I agree.
Okay, Dawson drives the lane. Teardrops up and good.
And you know what? That's what Whiteville might need to do there is just dribble penetrate on that 1-3-1.
12-8 our score, 4:23 to go here in the first half. East Columbus up. Forced the pass, lucky to get it back as East Columbus. Layup is up, round the horn, no good. Back to East Columbus. Mitchell's jumper up, in and out, no good. Rebounded by East Columbus and White. White gets it around to Malaya Hines. Jumper up, in and out.
Wow. Missed opportunities for East Columbus here. 2 or 3 shots that went in and out. What I'm noticing about East Columbus, I said it at the first of the game, controlling rebounds and the boards. And East Columbus is in control of rebounds and boards. You're getting a lot of second chance shots there. We had about 4 second chance shots in that possession.
Well, Brett, we've had more turnovers than we've had points in this game.
Yeah, I agree. But I've coached a lot of games that's been like that too because, it can get rough.
Okay, East Columbus on defense. West Columbus with the basketball. Number 21, Johnson with the basketball. She's going to go out and reset. Quick takes it off the pick, drives the lane. Johnson's teardrop up and good.
If I was Coach Smith, I'd keep doing that until they stop me.
Trying to force them out of that man-to-man defense, obviously. 12-10 our score. East Columbus with the basketball. 3 is up and good.
Calls the bank.
Destiny Mitchell called the bank, and it was open late. East Columbus up 15-10, 3 minutes to go here in the first half, Brett. And East Columbus starting to make good on some of these opportunities. Inside the three-point arc, up no good, rebounded by East. He's trying to get the ball to the court. Gets it over to Malaya Hines. Malaya Hines drives, basket, brings it back out, says let's reset this around to Destiny Mitchell. Her 3 is up. No good, rebounded by Whiteville. Falls over.
Walk.
Walk called in the East Columbus basketball.
How was it Whiteville's ball? That was Whiteville that traveled. Mm-hmm. Hey, back down here. Back down here. Whiteville's the one that traveled, Mr. Ref.
Sometimes we all just need a little bit of help, Brett. Inbounded to Mitchell around the horn. Over to White. White throws it almost out of bounds. Hines has it tipped out of bounds, and it'll still be East Columbus basketball. 2.5 to go, Brett. 15-10 our score in favor of the Gators. Number 11, Malaya Graham checking back in for East Columbus. Sorry, Malaya Graham. I want to make sure I get the pronunciation right. Because somebody's mom was going to come get me, Brett.
It happens.
Ball back up to the top of the floor. Around the corner we go to Hines. Back over to the corner. In and out we go. Teardrop layup up, no good. Rebounded by Graham. Popcorn, and nobody picks it up. Dawson with the basketball.
East Columbus did a good job getting back on defense there to stop the transition for the Lady Wolfpack. That
rolling pick.
That's got to be really close to illegal screens there.
Right now, rebound underneath, number 11 is, we're doing the best we can, guys. We're trying to do this off the cell phone. East Columbus with the basketball. Throws it up, and the official catches it, and I don't think he's inbounds.
No. Seems like both teams are getting a little bit out of sync right now. See if Whiteville goes back to that dribble penetration that they've had some success with the last couple of possessions.
Talk to us about how questionable that screen is going around to get that dribble penetration.
Well, you can't blindside screen them. You got to give them a step or two, and they're just not giving them a step there.
Ball passed up to the high key, barely got it and was surrounded and gave the ball up. Okay, East Columbus with the basketball. They thought about the 3, gave it up. Around the horn we go. Mitchell throws another one up. rims it no good, and it'll be Whiteville basketball.
If she'd have followed her shot, Kevin, she might have put it back up in there.
It's a lost start, Brett. Hooks the pass, tied up underneath, tipped almost out of bounds. Whiteville with the ball in the corner, under a minute to go. Forced underneath, tipped out of bounds, and it'll still be Whiteville basketball. .9 to go. East Columbus up 15-10, Brett. And fouls starting to become an issue. Conditioning starting to become an issue.
Yeah, East Columbus, I think, sub 2 people there trying to get some fresh legs in.
Up and no good. Rims around, rebounded by the Wolfpack. Gets the ball back to the top of the key. Cherry pick. We're going back the other direction. Up and good. Phasia Vereen picks up the bucket, and it's a 17-10 score. 30 to go here in the first half, Brett. She tried dribble penetration, was not there. Around the corner from Malaya Hines. Drop shot up, no good.
Nice
Forces it up and
rebound.
good. Number 22, and that is Adonia McCollum.
Yep, that backside will get you every time, Kevin. You know, when the ball goes long, you know, it's hard for that backside to get in position and block out. She did a good job of getting the ball and going straight back up with it.
McCollum was hacked in the act, gets the bucket, and she'll go to the line to complete the three-point play, Brett. Now it's 17-12 game.
Three-point play.
A traditional. There you go. In and out, no good. 17-12 our score. 16 seconds to go here in the first half. Ball taken by number 4, Mitchell. Guarded closely. 3, 2. Not going to be able to get a shot. Gets the shot off. Up, no good. Our score at the end of one half, Brett. East Columbus up 17-12. And this is someplace traditionally we don't see a Whiteville basketball team that's down 5 at the half.
No, and you don't see a Whiteville basketball team that can only put on 12 points on the board in a half too. And I'm going to give credit to East Columbus there for playing really good defensive basketball there. I think Coach Smith saw a little bit of trend there with the dribble penetration. I'm sure she's going to go to the locker room and say, girls, dribble penetration, taking it to the basket. We're doing a good job with it. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to our bread and butter that can score us points.
Talk to us a little bit, Brett, about the role conditioning might play in the second half.
Well, I don't know exactly how deep the 2 benches are, and bench play comes into play a lot larger in the second half than it does in the first half. Now you're going to have your girls that had 2 and 3 fouls. They're going to come back in. That Shipman coming back in, that's going to be a big difference in the game and how they can immobilize her. But just seeing what bench is the deepest will probably pay dividends here in the second half.
Now, Brett, I talked a little bit about this with Franklin, and he said that if you look at numbers and you see records, you're looking at East Columbus should be heavily favored. But Whiteville has played a stronger non-conference schedule. And does that prepare you better for games like these, especially early in the season?
Oh, yeah, I think it does. And Coach Smith does a good job of going out and finding teams that can challenge her team to eventually make her team better at the end of the year. And it may not pay as many dividends the first couple of games in conference, but when you get into that meat of it and at the end, that's where you'll start seeing it.
What was your philosophy? Do you go for when you coached, you were a longtime coach at South Columbus, did you go for a lighter non-conference schedule and try to, build up some wins and get your team some confidence? Or did you go for a tougher non-conference schedule to prepare you to go into the playoffs? What is the mindset of a coach when it comes to that?
Well, I think a lot of it's mental too, and a win, it don't matter who you play, is awesome. And so I was the kind of coach that I'd love to schedule teams that I knew I could beat to make my team feel like they're better than they really were. So there's 2 paths on that, Kevin. And, it maybe sort of hurts some of our teams at the end, especially, going deep in the playoffs. But I think you just want to give your kids confidence to start out with.
Okay, both teams with a little bit of foul trouble, Brett. Talk to us a little bit about, in the third quarter, when do you bring, say, a KK Shipman back in with 3 fouls?
Well, that's tough. I don't know how she is as a player, and she has that relationship with Coach Smith, and she knows exactly if she can play with 3 fouls. Like, I had players that could go in there and would be more under control and could play with 3 fouls, and then there's some that I was scared to death to put them in there because they're like a bull in a china shop. So it's according to what kind of relationship she has and knowing if she feels good with her going in, and obviously with Coach Smith putting her in before halftime, felt pretty good that she would be able to, come out without another foul.
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it, though, Brett? When she's got 2 fouls in the second quarter, do you put her in? Do you not put her in? Because you're danged if you do, danged if you don't.
But I'm going to tell you, if I'm East Columbus, I'm going to that locker room, and one of the biggest things I'm going to say is, Shipman has 3 fouls. We need to take the basketball to Shipman and try to get her out of this basketball game.
She is pretty much all the size for East Columbus, Brett. You get her out of the ball game, you're going to have a distinct advantage.
Yep.
Looking at a dunk competition we got going on here, warming up here. The boys getting ready for a great boys game in the after the second half is over. But Brett, this early in the season,
Actually, I don't think they're supposed to be out there dunking, but anyway.
I don't think you can dunk when you warm up, but I think I think if you're not playing that particular game, you could be out there.
Oh, you think so? I thought it was any time like they come out there and warm up, they couldn't do that, but I don't know. I did see a technical foul at South Columbus this year for a dunk during warm-ups. I have seen that.
I know that's the rule, but I've never seen it called.
Yep, it was called that night.
So, Brett,
that's just as a coach, I'd probably say, guys, you need to go work on your shooting instead of trying to dunk. But, you can dunk Oreos in the milk at the house.
But it looks good for the crowd, if you know what I'm saying, Brett.
They're probably worried about getting hot dogs and sausage dogs at the
New this year, Brett, we actually have the touchscreen TV out there in the concession stand so fans can watch while they're getting their dogs and their drinks and their nachos.
Yep. You know what? I'd be the kind of person just sitting there and eat hot dogs and drink drinks and just watch the game from out there.
Yeah, but you're paying $6 to stand up the whole time.
Woo. Yeah, that's right. Well,
okay.
I get him free, so.
Okay, Brett, now that we've got a chance to digest what we saw in the first half, let's talk about a little bit about the last couple of weeks. Talk to us a little bit. How was the holiday season? Did the girls enjoy the holiday?
Yeah, we had a really good, slow-paced Christmas holidays. Had a lot of family time. We cut back on the amount of presents that, we gave the children this year, trying to teach them that it's not all about gifts and stuff like that. We did take a family trip, and we enjoyed that. So, really good Christmas, and as you know, you're going through this too. Your first Christmas without your mom is always tough, and you want to remember her. And in my sense, trying to, teach the kids who your mom was and all this kind of stuff. So it was a little bit sad there, not having your mom there. But I think having children makes that a little better. And we do the Elf on the Shelf where they come and check them out and make sure they do good. And it's a good traditional Christmas. We were the family that lit the Advent wreath on Christmas morning. We did go to church on Christmas morning, and I always hated that because it took me away from my presents. But anyway, I don't know if my kids felt that same way. But, really good traditional Christmas and, some New Year's and some stuff full of basketball games. Now, we went through the rolling blackouts. So we did actually lose our power for about 8.5 hours. Lost a hot water heater to that. Finally got it replaced. My brother comes and stays. And, so there's basically one water heater in the house. So they had to come down and take showers in our one bathroom downstairs. So that was a little challenging, but it was a good time.
That's how close families are built, Brett.
Yeah, well, I told my brother, I said, me and you got to take showers together again because we got to save that hot water.
Just which one of you is bringing the rubber ducky. Okay, Brett, let's talk a little bit about what's coming up here the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
On our live streams. Got some great stuff coming up. Our basketball season, grab you a pad and a pencil. Next week, we are at South Columbus for West at South. Going to be a barn burner there. Okay. The following week on the 20th, South at East. Then the 27th, Trask at West, which is going to be a fantastic ball game, I think. February 3rd, Pender at East. And February 10th, East at West.
I'm taking a look at them. We're talking about boys conference right now. I'm taking a look at the conference and noticing that a lot of the teams seem to be a little bit down this year, Kevin. You know, Franklin told us that the Trask team was, you know, a pretty good team. But a lot of the other teams are struggling to, you know, to find their footing. And, you know, South Columbus going from 0 wins last year to already having about, I think, 4 wins this year already, and actually looking pretty good. So, you know, look for maybe South Columbus to be, you know, something that may shock a couple of people.
Again, no easy out. You've got that cream of the conference, you know, the Trask team. But again, beyond that, a lot of room for movement depending on how you play each and every Friday night.
And West Columbus traditionally good, but, you know, West Columbus has got a new coach this year, and, you know, it's going to be good to see how that change occurs over at West Columbus and how those kids, you know, fit into the new strategy. I don't know if he's running the same thing that Coach Edwards did, but, you know, that's a lot of difference over there. Traditionally, they've been pretty good.
Okay, now, Brett, a little something different this year. Starting the 28th and 29th, we're going to be live streaming on the Southeastern Community College Facebook, and on Game Changer, we're going to be doing baseball and softball for Southeastern Community College, Brett.
Yeah, I've had, you know, had some people, you know, that were talking about that, and, you know, you got some good people to go over there and help you out.
Got some folks lined up. Brett's going to give us a hand when he can. Wendell Duncan, longtime Columbus County administrator.
Yep.
Matt Gore, Williams Township. You know, a lot of good people get an opportunity to see and hear something you don't usually get to see.
Yep.
And that's Southeastern Community College athletics.
Yep. And, you know, I think that's really good, and people can sit back and watch, because I'm going to tell you, I've been a long-time resident of Columbus County, and I've been to one Southeastern baseball game in my life. It's just something that a lot of people don't even really think about, but it's actually pretty good baseball and pretty good softball that, you know, that people can go enjoy in the county.
I talked to Robert Burns and Carolyn Stevens right before Christmas, Brett, and they're going to try and come out and see us, you know, during one of our basketball broadcasts, see if we can hype this thing up a little bit and really do for Southeastern Community College what we do for Columbus County schools.
Yeah, sounds good. And expansion and growth is always good, and I think that's good for Columbus County to expand those kinds of things. And, you know, one thing we got coming up, we got national championship football coming up Monday night, right?
That is correct.
Monday night. And
who you taking, Brett?
I'm going with the underdog.
TCU against Georgia is going to be a fantastic ball game.
And I like Georgia, but I like the underdog in that situation too. And then, you know, we've had sports has brought America together this week with the Hamlin injury and stuff like that. And, you know, praise God that, you know, that worked out or seemed to be working out, and it has brought a lot of people together.
Wondering why we haven't started, and it took us forever to get the clock turned over. Starting the second half, Brett, Whiteville with the basketball going from right to left. East Columbus will go from left to right. Around the horn we go. Ball at the top of the key, down to the left corner.
Anxious to see if, you know, there was any changes to, you know, the offensive style for Whiteville against this 1-3-1 defense.
Baseline drive goes off her foot, and it'll go over to East Columbus. Looks like a 2-1-2 press. East Columbus under their own under Whiteville's basket, going back the other direction.
Yeah, Whiteville wants to trap out of this.
Which nobody, miscommunication by East Columbus. Neither one of them, you know, each thought the other was going to go after the ball.
Nice save.
Oh,
that's a walk.
A little walk, didn't get called.
Wow.
Forced out of bounds, and it'll stay. Actually, we'll go over to East Columbus.
It looked like 3 steps to me. I don't know about you, Kevin.
3.5 at least. Once again, trap in the backcourt by Whiteville. East Columbus forces it up, has numbers, drops it off, picks it up, around and in, good.
Nice press break by East Columbus there. And that's the bad thing about it is, you know, you press, but when you get beat, it usually leads to a score.
Trying to Patrick with the bucket.
Dribble penetration, that's what she wants. And all day long, Kevin.
That's about her third bucket off that dribble penetration.
All day long.
You wonder why they don't just stick with it.
That's what I'm going to each time.
19-14 our score. Patrick's jumper up, no good. Stripped underneath, goes out of bounds, and it'll stay with East Columbus. Again, if you get that dribble penetration, Brett, eventually they're going to sag on that and they're going to pass off it and have open jumpers.
Yep. And I think that's what Whiteville's offense should be right now, that dribble penetration.
Round to Mitchell. Back down below the key. Back to Mitchell again. Mitchell's three is up. Round the rim, no good. Rebounded by number 4, Shipman. I don't think Serena enjoyed that because she's reading her the right eye going, the ball's coming back, you've got to get it.
Yeah, and, you know, Coach Smith is a really good coach, and she demands a lot out of her players, and she's just not happy with the way they're playing and their focus.
19-14 our score, 6:15 to go here in the third. Around we go, back to Mitchell, back over to the top of the key.
Nice
Trying to
block.
Patrick's get her shot partially blocked.
They got numbers if they can finish. There she
Layup
goes.
is up and good. Sorry, Shipman with the bucket. Quick interception by KK Shipman.
Oh, that's offensive.
Offensive foul. Big foul going against Shipman. I believe that's her fourth, Brett, early in the second
And
half.
you know why they call that, Kevin? Because she pushed off with that left arm. The girl wasn't in position, but when that push off occurred, that's automatic offensive foul.
Timeout called, I believe, by Whiteville, Brett.
Is that 4 on Shipman?
That is Shipman's fourth. And how big is that going to be here in the second half?
Well, you can't let her play here. You got to keep her on the bench, knowing that you got her in a close ball game, and that's what you want to do if you're Whiteville. You just want to keep it close until you can get your best 5 out there.
What has been your guiding principle of when you bring her back in the ballgame?
Oh, she definitely wouldn't come back to the fourth quarter. Maybe it's all indicative of the score too, Kevin. You know, if you start getting down, you know, you got to bring her in. If you can keep it 3-4 point ball game, you know, you can keep her on that bench a little bit longer.
When she comes back in the ballgame, do you take the ball right to her?
Oh, of course. Of course. I mean, I do, but
East Columbus inbounds the ball to Mitchell.
your best defense on her is her sitting on the bench.
Ball tipped out of bounds twice, and it'll be Whiteville basketball going the other direction.
Looks like Whiteville's turned up the defense a little bit. East Columbus having a tough time with this pressure here in the second half.
Sorry, Shipman gets the ball into number 21, Alasia Dawson. Dawson surveys the scene. Brings it up, backs over to Shipman. Round to bottom of the key. Shipman with the basketball over to Dawson. Jump shot up, no good. Rebounded by East Columbus. Stolen. Scrum for it. Finally controlled by East. East bringing the ball up with numbers. Drops it off. Foul called over here. No basket. And it'll be
2 shots.
2 shots with Shipman going to the basket. The second shot was no good.
That's Mitchell there at the line, right? Is that Kaylee
No,
Mitchell?
that's
4.
Kaylee Mitchell, yes.
Yeah.
Mitchell astutely gets the foul. Nobody saw it. They kept playing. Got the bucket, but it does not count. First is up. In and out, no good. 19-16 our score, 5:20 to go here in the third.
And these are the kinds of shots that you got to make here to extend that lead if you're East Columbus.
Second is up and good, 20-16 our score, 5:20 to go here in the third. Whiteville with the basketball, around to Dawson. Dawson tries to dribble, penetrate, gets cut off. Ball down to the corner. 3 is up, no good. Rebounded by number 1, Malaya Hines.
Ah,
Dribble penetration up, no good.
no numbers, but she took it anyway.
Sometimes discretion needs to be the better part of valor there, I think.
Yeah.
Good defense. You know, deflects the shot up and up. East Columbus with the basketball coming back. Forced it underneath. Tipped out of bounds by number 11, Tiana Hall. Brett, at some point, do you tell your girls, you know, if you don't have the numbers, bring it out. Let's get our set offense and run our play.
I mean, that's stuff that you work on in practice. You look and see if you've got wings and outlets. If there's no wings and outlets, then you just pull it out and run your offense. But
underneath to Mitchell, sweet play with the bounce pass, up and good, and Mitchell picks up the bucket, makes it 22-16. Grant with a great feed underneath. 4.5 to go, 22-16 our score. picks up her dribble way high, and East Columbus very content to let him out there.
And
somehow threads the needle, gets the foul, and that's a dangerous pass, Brett.
Yeah, and that's a negative of that 1-3-1. You don't have as much defense on the backside, and they're seeing that, and they're actually looking at her for an opening, and they got it there. Now Whiteville goes to the line for 2. So out in the lobby, is it audio too or just video?
Audio and video.
Okay, all right. Hey, can somebody get me a Coca-Cola and a drink out there?
I don't know if they can hear us, but hey, if they can, those nachos were excellent in the first half. First free throw up and missed. Hall, her second falls, and it's 22-17. Paget inbounds the basketball. Dangerous pass taken by East Columbus. Traps in the corner.
She's in a bad spot
tied
there.
up. Here's the deal. One official's calling jump ball, but the official on this sideline said we got the timeout first by East Columbus.
Okay, all right. What they going to get? They got timeout over here. Timeout East Columbus. But you do not dribble the ball to a corner against Whiteville. That's what they want you to do because they use their 2 players as defenders, and in that half-court line as a defender and that sideline as a defender, you have nowhere to go.
I'm going to tell you something, Brett, not for nothing, but I've come to a lot of East Columbus games. I've come to a lot of Whiteville games. I don't remember seeing a score this low in a number of years.
I don't. And like I said, both of these teams have turned up their defensive intensity tonight. I have to, give it to them, defensively.
I mean, do you credit the defense, or do you just say, we're not executing the way we're supposed to be executing?
I think the defense is pretty good. That 1-3-1 that East Columbus is running is not a trapping defense, but they play each position really well. And it's hard for Whiteville to score off of it.
Number 11, Graham's going to inbound the basketball to Malia Hines. Actually takes it over to Mitchell. Round we go. Mitchell's trying to figure out what's going on. Back over to Destiny Mitchell, back up to the top of the key.
It's like Whiteville wants to
Hines
trap
to Paget. Paget sees an opening at the free throw line, takes it. Up, no good. Jumper up, no good. Paget rebounds, forces it up, no good. And somehow Destiny Mitchell with the basketball once again. Round we go to Kaylee Mitchell. Shot intercepted in the air. Number 11, Tiana Hall with the basketball. Forces it around. Dribble penetration up.
There you go.
Bank is good. 22-19, 3:30 to go here in the third quarter.
East Columbus just out of control right now, Kevin.
Number 4, KK Shipman with a quick steal and a bucket, and all of a sudden it's a 1-point game.
Yeah, if East Columbus's coach, you've got to say settle down a little bit.
Maybe you call it?
I would right here.
5-second call going back the other direction. East Columbus in danger of losing this lead. Whiteville with a chance to take it with 3:14 to go in the third.
You can't take your timeouts home with you, Kevin. You can't frame them at the house. So I don't know why you wouldn't use one right there.
In a 1-point game, do you worry about needing that timeout at the end?
Well, you got to calm your team down here.
Jumper up, no good. Rebounded by East Columbus, going back the other direction quickly. 3-on-2. Hines to the basketball. Carries it, and we'll go back the other direction.
First thing you do in an injury is stop the bleeding. So you got to stop the bleeding right now.
See, medical advice from Brett Burris, y'all.
Yeah, sorry. Thought everybody knew that.
Hey, but it's important to know that first aid.
But, the Big Mo has just shifted straight toward Whiteville.
Lazy Graham the basketball around to Shipman. Drops it off underneath. And number 11, Tiana Hall, picks up the bucket, and all of a sudden we now go from an East Columbus lead to a Whiteville lead. Over to Destiny Mitchell. Thinks about a three and up, no good. Tossed it back around. Somehow East Columbus gets the basketball. Three is up, no good. Underneath, a lot of people hacking in the act. Round the horn, does not get the bucket. She'll go to the line for 2.
And, Whiteville staged a comeback here, and, East Columbus, really hasn't adjusted to what Whiteville's doing now. And, East Columbus just seem to be out of control. Turnovers are leading the points for the Wolfpack.
Malaya Graham to the line shooting 2. In and out on the first, no good. She looks to tie this game with 2:27 to go. Second one no good, still 23-22. These are moments, Brett, I know it's early in the second half, but I think every possession is going to be important in this ballgame.
And what makes you feel good about Whiteville is you've done this with Shipman on the bench. Again, you still got your ace in the hole there.
Again, KK Shipman, 4 fouls, and every second you can keep her on that bench will keep you deeper into that fourth quarter.
That's exactly right. Right here, if you're East Columbus, this is the quarter you wanted to extend that lead because you knew Shipman was out of the game, and East Columbus just hadn't done that.
Johnson in the game for East Columbus. Whiteville with the basketball on the far side of the court. Ball inbounded to number 21, Dawson. Dawson's going to take a look at things. East Columbus consent to let her stand out there all she wants. Around we go. Back and forth, around the horn, back over to Dawson. Dawson drives the lane. Dribble penetration created. Dribble penetration created the opportunity, Brett, and very alertly, Dawson drops the ball off, and we got Whiteville going to the line for 2. Tiana Hall going to shoot 2 for Whiteville. Hines third. Second team foul, second half. First is up and good. Our score 24-22. 1:44 to go here in the third.
Whiteville a chance to extend the lead to 3 here.
Rebound and alertly, very quickly,
in that corner.
Trapped in the corner.
Yep. That's where you throw it off their leg. You remember that old play?
Yep.
You throw it off the leg? I don't even know if they know how to do that.
Brett, you and I have been talking for years about fundamentals, fundamentals. And the little things are going to be big in games like this. Taking a charge on defense, making your free throws, making your layups.
They're going to give it back to Whiteville, saying they missed a jump ball somewhere.
I think they called that a jump ball.
Yeah, they did. And they thought East Columbus had the possession, but evidently they didn't.
3 is up. No good. Rebounded by Whiteville.
Oh, nice move.
Nice move around the corner. East Columbus rebound.
Now's where you got to attack if you're East Columbus.
Drive the middle of the floor. Throws
nice
it up.
left hand.
Left-handed layup. Malaya Hines with the left teardrop layup, and all of a sudden we're back to a tie score with 1:17 to go, 24-24. Just over a minute to go. Whiteville looking to get a quality shot. Around the corner we go. To Dawson. Tapped out of bounds by number 2, and that is White.
You're doing a good job with those numbers in that cell phone, of it. I'm just going to tell you that.
I'm doing my best, y'all. If we're coming to your school, please give us some rosters. We'd really love to highlight our kids. Up and good. Tiana Hall with the jumper. 26-24 to score. Quickly up the floor as East Columbus tries to force it. Stolen by Hall. That one and the other. A long pass. Heads up defensive play. Stolen back by East Columbus. Stolen back. Great defensive play by Alasia Dawson.
And foul. Called the foul on that too, Kevin.
Dawson with the hoop and the harm, and she'll go look to make this a 5-point game with 34 seconds to go here in the third quarter.
I mean, if you're East Columbus, you've got to get a timeout to calm your players down. If it's 30-second timeout, you got to call them over there and talk to them a little bit.
Can you afford to wait until the quarter break?
I don't know. I don't know what they're saving them for.
Up and good. 29-24, 34 seconds to go here in the third. East Columbus inbounds to pressure.
I mean, they do still give you timeouts in basketball, right?
The officials are looking at each other going, you call it. No, you call it. Because they're right there by the Whiteville bench, and it was not going to get end well. Timeout called by the Wolfpack, Brett. And much needed on the East Columbus side, though.
Tell them thank you, East Columbus, for calling the timeout.
Okay, Brett, you're in that East Columbus huddle. How do you stem the tide?
Well, you got to look at how Whiteville has made this comeback. Whiteville has made this comeback by you trying to beat the press by dribbling. We all know, if you know anything about basketball, you must beat the press with a pass. So Coach from East Columbus is probably telling them, guys, dribbling the ball up the court is leading us to turnovers. Get back in your press break, make passes, middle, side, sidelines, and score off of it. Settle down, and that's exactly what you need to tell them.
Okay, 28.4 to go here in the third quarter, Brett. Whiteville up by 5. The issue very much in doubt. This thing has gone back and forth a couple of times, and getting deep into the ball game, how important is it going to be for the team who's been there and had these tight ball games like Whiteville has, as opposed to East Columbus, who's played not a cream puff non-conference schedule, but a lighter non-conference schedule.
Yeah, and I think momentum is the biggest thing here. You know, Whiteville now in their minds know that they can win, and that's part of it.
Round to Dawson. Teardrop up, no good, does not hit rim. Rebounded by East Columbus. Tries to force a pass, barely gets it back. East Columbus 3-on-3. Layup is up and good. Malaya Hines gets the layup, and it's a 3-point game with 8 seconds to go. Up to the top of the key, dribble penetration, throws it up. 3 does not hit net, and we'll end the corner, Brett. 29-26 in favor of the Wolfpack. So, okay, conversely, if you're in Serena's, Coach Smith's huddle right now, what are you telling your Lady Wolfpack?
You're saying good job, keep the defensive intensity up, play with your hands up, no fouls, cause turnovers, and let's just take it to the hole after we, make a turnover. And that's exactly what they've done to get back in this basketball game. East Columbus is just, as I said many times, they've just been out of control or out of what they normally do. You notice in the first half when they broke the pressure there, they broke it with passes. Now East Columbus is trying to just rush it up the court, and they're rushing into defense.
It's a 29-26 game, Brett. What is your guideline now that you're up 3 by bringing KK Shipman back into the ball game with 4 fouls?
As long as I'm up, I'm keeping her on the bench until 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, that's when I'd usually bring her back in.
Again, Shipman with 4 fouls. The longer you can keep her on the bench, the better it's going to be if you're Whiteville. And right now, I think both teams looking a little gassed, Brett.
Yeah. And that was an up and down quarter there for both teams. And like I said, we may see who's in the best shape here, and that might be the outcome of the game.
1 quarter decided, Brett. 3 points is all that's in the middle of these two teams. It's going to be East Columbus basketball on the far sideline, needing to erase this deficit. But not only that, but to get themselves back under control, I think.
What was Whiteville down at halftime? 6 or 7? 5. Okay, so, scored 9 points than East Columbus did in that quarter.
East Columbus gets the ball inbounds. They're going from left to right. Forces the pass underneath. Trips to her knee and gets called for the walk. Lazy Dawson can inbound the basketball to Zari Shipman. Shipman with the basketball, taking her time coming up the floor. Shipman surveys the scene, gets it over to Dawson. Dawson very content to stay out there. Around the right-hand corner. Jump shot up, no good, and Shipman in the ball game, Brett, to start the fourth quarter.
She knows her team better than I do, so.
Tapped by Shipman, quick steal, forces it up, and throws the ball away, trying to get it to Zari Shipman.
Yeah, it's turnover after turnover for the Gators here, Kevin.
They're still trying to dribble to that press, Brett.
They are.
Ball inbounded to Kaylee Mitchell. Mitchell with the ball at the top of the key. Force the pass to Mitchell. Destiny Mitchell's 3 up, no good. Rebounded by East Columbus. Stolen by Whiteville. Dawson with the basketball. Stops, pops, and does not drop. Destiny Mitchell with the ball in between 4 girls.
It's going to be a foul. Oh.
Jump ball called. Mitchell does not like being harassed by 4 young ladies.
I've always told officials over the years that in girls basketball, somebody gets to rebound and they start call a foul right there. Yep. They do it in the boys' game.
Yep.
In the boys' game, if somebody gets a rebound and they start going after the ball, they call a foul immediately. Not in girls basketball, they don't.
Whiteville with the basketball off the jump ball, Brett. So not only did they not get called for the foul, they get to change of possession. Up to the top goes the ball.
But you know what? If the officials are not going to call it, you might as well do it.
This is true. Back over to Dawson. Over to Shipman. In and out. Barrett almost loses it. Gets it back to Dawson. Zari Shipman with the basketball. Back over to Dawson. Thinks about it. Does not shoot the basketball. Trapped in the corner underneath. And we got a timeout called, 32nd by Coach Smith.
Yep, good heads-up play there for the coach. Knowing the girl's in trouble, and, you know, at this point in the game, you'd rather burn a timeout than have a turnover.
Exactly. Brett, talk to us, fundamental basketball, walk us through how you beat that press.
Well, it seems like they've changed up their press. They were a 1-2, 1-1. And anytime you have a 1-2, 1-1, you want to, you know, go to the wings and then flash somebody to the middle. But now they're looking like they're having a 2-2-1. And you got to beat that in the middle of the court. So different defense, and she's changed it up a little bit. Different defenses, you got to do different things.
All the way up to the top, barely gets the ball. Jump shot, teardrop by number 22, Indiana McComb. It's had key baskets in both the first and the second half now.
It's a good call.
Walk call, we'll go back the other direction. Brett, 5-point game right now, 6:26 to go. If you're East Columbus, what do you have to do right now?
You settle down. I mean, they're out of their rhythm. They're not where they were, you know, the first 2 quarters of the basketball game. Just settle down, take your time.
Dawson dribble penetrates, drops it off. No bucket, walk. Too many steps by Tiana Hall.
If you notice, East Columbus, their time of possession on the end of the court now is about 3-4 seconds. You know, first half they would take about 20, 30 seconds to try to let something open up.
Kaylee Mitchell with the basketball. Forces it
Another
to
turnover.
Mitchell. Gets it up. Dawson somehow gets control of the basketball. Gets the layup for 2, and it's now a 7-point game, just under 6 minutes to go. Got an injury on the floor with time stopped. And
she's crawled over to the sideline.
And one of her friends just pulled her
There
off
you
to the
go.
sidelines. I don't know about that, Brett. Hey, you and I are friends, but if you pull me off to the sideline while I'm laying on my belly, I don't know if that's a good idea.
How's the crowd taking it, Coach? They okay?
She looks like she's cramped up, and I don't know if they can leave her on that
That might be
sideline.
what it is, yeah. But she got a lot of upper body strength because she pulled herself to the sideline there.
Hey, I've seen some football players that couldn't do that. God bless her. That's the friend you want with you in the foxhole, Brett.
Reached up and grabbed her.
Yep. That's the one you get, you know all those war movies that pulls you into the foxhole?
Yep.
Ball at the top of the key. Mauricia Bennett. Sorry. Down underneath. Turn. A lot of time in the lane. Nothing called, Brett. Destiny Mitchell kicks it back in. Taken by Whiteville. Dropped off. And I'm wondering the same thing the East Columbus faithful are wondering. How did that go off of East Columbus?
They had a better angle than we did, Kevin.
Uh-huh. There's a reason why I'm not officiating anymore. Sorry,
That's what officials used to tell me. I had a better angle, Coach.
Shipman drives the ball up, goes around the horn, back to the top. East Columbus, losing time off the clock right now, down 7. Another moving screen not called. Whiteville content to move the ball around the horn. Trying to drive her way through, Brett. It's not, no foul called. Getting very physical. Jump shot up, no good. Talk to us a little bit about officiating, Brett. Seems like the last couple of possessions on the floor have been very physical. And is there a danger in letting this get too physical at this point in the ballgame?
Well, you got to look at the rivalries too. You got to settle it down a little bit. A lot of heat on the line here, and that's got to be a foul there.
Yeah. It's getting excitable here in the stands too, Brett.
Is that 5 on her?
Her fifth personal foul. Shipman fouls that with 4:48 to go here in the fourth quarter, Brett.
But you know what? If you're Whiteville, I don't think you're too worried about that because you extended the lead with her on the bench. They didn't even let Whiteville get their player in. Smart, though. 4
hey,
on 5.
5 on 4. I didn't bat the ball if I could, too.
Yeah. But the official had to put it in bounds. You know, I used to let somebody fouling out be an opportunity for my girls to rest because you have, 30 seconds to get a player in? So I used to take about 29 seconds to get one in.
Ball inbound to East Columbus.
Once they tell you she's fouled out.
White to Destiny Mitchell. Mitchell's 3 up, no good. Rebounded by Hall. Whiteville looking to get numbers and push the ball at the floor. Whiteville dribble penetration. Jumper up, no good. In and out we go. 2-shot foul coming up with Whiteville on the line. Destiny Mitchell on the foul. Patrick's fifth, she fouls out. First one up, no good. Trying to get that number, I think it's 22 on the line for Whiteville. And that is Deanna McCollum. I'm looking at the ponytails on some of these girls. And some of them are the longest ponytails I've ever seen in high school basketball.
They're longer than mine.
Yeah. East Columbus once again trying to get the ball past that penetration. Drops it off to Padgett. Padgett gets fouled, still go to the line for 2. I mean, look at the ponytail, bro. I've never seen a ponytail go down to somebody's knees in high school basketball.
I guess that's the style now, Kevin. I don't know. It does go down to her knees, don't it?
Personally, I couldn't have that look. Maybe you could pull that off, but
I think you'd look good with that look, Kevin. You know you can get it weaved in there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, nobody wants to see a gray ponytail.
That's true. You ain't got to get gray. You can get whatever color you want these days. It's 2023.
That's true. Padgett misses the first. 4:17 to go. Gators down 33-26.
You know, just this whole second half is just Whiteville turning up the defense and causing turnovers for East Columbus.
Whiteville with a rebound underneath. Tries to thread the needle. Ball just about goes out of bounds. And it'll be East Columbus basketball as it finally does go off her fingertips.
You think she was pushing it off?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
But they had a better angle than
That's
we did,
right.
Brett.
They did.
Ball inbound to number 2, White. Destiny Mitchell with the basketball. Forces it underneath. Around we go. Almost 3-quarter hook shot. Doesn't fall.
That's going to be a foul on East Columbus there.
Bailey Padgett doesn't agree. She's like, what did I do?
A little jaw in there, hey.
Yeah.
That happens. Are they not going to let the sub in or what? There we go.
Getting a little excitable here, Brett, with 4:01 to go.
Yeah, and Coach Smith's getting her out of there just to calm her down a little bit.
4 minutes here in the fourth. 7-point lead by the Wolfpack. And, Brett, if you're Whiteville, how do you know when to put it on the gas and when to pull it off? Dribble penetration does not fall. Rebounded by the Wolfpack. Throws it up, no good once again. Whiteville with a third opportunity to get a basket on this possession. Woo. Sweet play by White. Steals the basketball, Brett. Hack on the floor. Actually, he's going to give her 2.
We'll give her 2 shots there.
With the NBA continuation, she gets a 2 point. She gets to go up for 2. I never saw her leave her feet, Brett.
Yeah, they're going to give her 2 shots there. Well, you know, I think Whiteville does a good job of pulling the basketball out and looking for good shots. And I think that's what Whiteville needs to do right now is pull out the basketball, not necessarily run the clock out, but, work your offense and try to get a good shot and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Score and run off time.
First is up and no good. How hard is that for a high school kid, Brett, to know when to put the gas on and when to put on the brake?
It's according if you practice it. We always practiced and had drills where, we tried to run clock out and stuff like that. But it's what you practice.
Second is up, no good. Rebounded by Whiteville. Quickly up the floor is White. White by herself drops the ball back to number 21, Johnson.
Because you're Whiteville, your opponent is switching from East Columbus to the clock. And I think that's what Coach Smith's wanting to do, tell them to spread it out. There you go. She's calling timeout and let them know, spread the basketball out, work the ball around, and let's run some time off this clock. And let's get out of here in a hostile environment away from Whiteville with a win.
Got to ask a quick question. How many team fouls does East Columbus have right now?
12.
It certainly seems like it.
Yeah.
Because I think the game's going to come down to free throws. If you're East Columbus, how quickly do you want to start fouling and stop the clock and make this, possession for possession?
Yeah, and you got to look at, who the better free throw shooters is for. Whiteville know who to put on the line, but you're right. But that's something else you got to practice, Kevin. You just can't go out and tell your kids to foul somebody. That's something that you have to work on in practice. You got to work on trying to win a game up and win a game down. And
how important is it to know at this point in the game who to foul?
Well, I think you've done your scouting and, looking on max preps and knowing who the better free throw shooters and stuff like that is. I start fouling usually with about 3 minutes to go if I'm down.
Inbound to Dawson. Dawson drives the lane. Mitchell hands up, deflects the ball just enough. Rebound by East Columbus, looking to push against pressure. Destiny Mitchell with the ball gets over to White.
Whiteville, you definitely don't want to foul.
White with the basketball, up for three. Corner no good. Taken underneath. Heads up play by Malia Graham. Graham heads up, gets the bucket, and is down to a 5-point game. Destiny Mitchell almost gets the steal. Ball forced underneath. High.
Ooh. If you're Whiteville there, you probably wish you'd have pulled that out and run some time off the clock, but now the ball goes back to East Columbus for them, maybe cut it to a one possession game.
Shipman too eager, gives up the basketball. East Columbus now with the basketball going against pressure. Destiny Mitchell with the basketball walking it up to the right side.
Looks like they're running a box and one a little bit here.
Tipped and stolen by Whiteville. Big chance to cherry pick. Decides to bring the ball.
Nice play.
Heads up play back around the corner. Stolen back by Malia Graham. Graham up to Bailey Padgett. Drops it off underneath. Heads up pass to Malia Graham. Padgett with the smart play. Drops it off, being out of control. Leads to the layup, and it's a 3-point game. Now, East Columbus with a bunch of pressure. Traps it in the corner. 33-30 to 11 to go here in the fourth quarter. Drives the lane, gets it up and good.
That was a good answer by Whiteville there to cut it, to bring it up to 5 again.
Key possession by Whiteville, making it a 5-point game, Brett. 2:04 to go. How long can you go without affording the foul?
Well, I think right now you're in a little different situation. You're only down 5, so you probably want your defense to make stops right now. But definitely if you're down by 5 with about a minute left, that's when you'll probably start fouling. But right now I don't see the fouls because Whiteville's not pulling that. Whiteville's going to shoot, okay? So if you know a team is going to try to score, you're going to try to get a turnover or get a rebound. But if Whiteville pulls it out, then you got to start thinking about fouling.
Is this the time where you're going to miss a KK Shipman if you're Whiteville trying to run this thing out?
Yeah, possibly so. Yeah. If she's the main ball handler, I'm assuming Coach Smith is over there talking about let's run the clock out, let's get a good shot. Now we'll see if East Columbus, made the adjustment on how to foul and when to foul.
Can't ask for a better ball game, Brett, to start our coverage this year in Columbus County School.
Seems like we didn't have many of them in football, and now basketball, we get something that's really close.
Oh, yeah. Great way to kick off the season.
So Whiteville's running a box and one on number 1 for East Columbus. They don't want her even to get the ball.
White with the basketball.
So now you got to look at Mitchell to go to the basketball to score for him.
Driving underneath.
Nice move.
Heads up play. Tapped out of bounds, and it'll stay with East Columbus.
Good defense by Whiteville there.
How hard is it to stay disciplined on defense right now if you're Whiteville?
I think they'll do a pretty good job at it. I mean, they've been in a lot of basketball games, and this is where it's going to help out.
White with the basketball. Quick kick to Destiny Mitchell around the corner, inside the arc. Jumper up, no good. Underneath, forces the ball out. Numbers 2-0 against, with Whiteville. Layup up and good. Killer if you're West or East Columbus, Brett. Alasia Dawson with a key bucket makes it a 7-point game with just under a minute.
I think the key to all this is, East Columbus is going to go back and look at their first half compared to the second half. Just a little bit out of control in the second half. First half, settled down, play good basketball. Second half, just out of control.
These two teams are evenly matched, Brett. I look forward to seeing these guys when they go over to Whiteville having just another sensational game.
Now, here's where you got to foul. Ooh. Got the timeout there. Wow.
Tough reaction by White, because they gave her the timeout, slams the basketball, picks up the tee.
And Whiteville's girls come off the bench and start pointing. It's all in good fun there, Kevin.
And all these girls know each other, Brett. They do. These girls have been playing each other since middle school. Central Middle against Hallsborough. Central Middle against Acme Delco.
Yeah.
These kids are familiar with each other.
Yeah.
It's nothing against each other. They just, they're competitive.
Yeah, but you got to learn from past mistakes, Kevin. You can't let your frustrations cause a technical foul in that situation.
Especially when it's a 7-point game.
Yeah. You just, you've been there before, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to make a stop.
I honestly think, Brett, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Whiteville, been there, done that this season against quality competition.
Yeah, I agree.
Where this is a step up from the non-conference schedule of East Columbus.
So what you're going to do now, you're going to give Whiteville the basketball and shoot two and give them possession back again.
Coming to the line is number 21, Alasia Dawson. Dawson going to shoot the technical, and it'll be Whiteville possession at half court.
If you're East Columbus, you definitely have to foul here, but not an intentional foul. Got to go after the basketball.
Up and no good off the front rim. Still 37-30, a minute 11, Brett. Do you have enough possessions if you're East Columbus?
You can work it out if Whiteville can miss their free throws, but you're going to have to foul quick. Big that she didn't make any of those there. Supposed to be your best free throw shooter, but froze up a little bit at the line there.
Hard at those points in the game, Brett, where muscle memory's working against you, you're exhausted.
But now you got to foul like right now within a second. Try to get a steal and then go to foul. Foul now.
Tapped out of bounds, still going to be Whiteville basketball. You can tap it out all you want as long as it stays, if you're Whiteville with their possession. You got to grab the basketball. All the way into the backcourt.
Foul. No, not going to foul.
Trying a couple races, up no good. East Columbus.
I don't know why you're trying to score if you're Whiteville there, but hey, what do I know?
Mitchell up with a three. Bang! She hits it. All of a sudden, it's a 4-point game. 37-33. Destiny Mitchell, almost put the dagger in it. Quick steal, and we got a foul called instead. That could have gone either way, Brett. Steal or foul, and East Columbus gets called for the foul. 1-1. Big free throws coming up for the Whiteville Wolfpack.
I just don't understand. Whiteville up by 7 there with a minute left, and East Columbus is not fouling. So why do you try to score there? I just don't understand that. And now it's
in the span of 30 seconds, Brent, it went from a 7 to 8 point game to a 4-point game, and all of a sudden we got a whole new set of circumstances.
Yeah. They could be in the locker room dumping the cooler ice on the coach right now.
Up and no good. Rebounded, key rebound by Whiteville.
I just can't see Whiteville shooting right now. East Columbus has got to foul. You got to foul. You got to foul.
Key seconds, getting off the clock by Whiteville.
You got to foul. Lord. Sorry.
10-15 seconds coming off the clock. Still no foul call. And we have an injury timeout.
Well, hey, There you go. If you can't stop the clock one way, stop it another way, I guess.
I don't want to. This is not the NFL, Brett. I don't think that happened, but
She's got to come out if they stopped it because of injury. Why'd they stop it? Okay.
Hoop and harm for Whiteville, Brett. And this one I think is just about over.
Yeah.
East Columbus losing about 15, 20 seconds, and this is going to be about all she wrote because it's a 6-point game.
Kevin, if you go foul out here in the backcourt, not 1 foot from the basket.
The only thing in doubt now is if she misses this free throw. Got another foul call.
Is that a jump ball? They're going to foul.
Foul call. That was a 1-and-1. No, it was the third shot of the hoop and harm.
The what?
Whiteville with the foul.
Okay, White with the foul. Okay. Right.
If you're Whiteville, you just go ahead and let them score.
Oh, heck yeah. Well, I mean, don't let them score, but I mean.
1-and-1 coming back the other direction.
Get in a zone. Okay, all right.
I believe it might be double bonus.
Team 7th, so that's 21.
7th, okay. 11.6 to go. East Columbus down by 6, Brett. Had their opportunities in both halves, it just couldn't connect.
Game management, Kevin. Game management. Remember that.
Again, it's just something to be said for experience in these situations, Brett. Been there, done that. Free throw up, no good. Rebounded by East Columbus. Tapped out of bounds. Back, actually. If you're Whiteville pulling the ball, certainly force them to try and foul. All over but the Showen. 1.2 to go, and they finally get the foul.
Anyway, I'll be quiet. The fouls should have started like a minute and a half ago.
Again.
Because Whiteville was shown they don't do a good job from the free throw line.
You said it about a minute and a half ago, Brett. Game management.
Yeah.
And how hard is it to replicate these situations in practice and know what to do? Free throw up and good.
Well, it's just like in football, a 2-minute offense. Those are things you got to practice.
I mean, hard to replicate that, but you play as you practice, and when you get in those situations, it has to become muscle memory. Second is up and no good. And our ball game is over. Our final score, the Whiteville Wolfpack take the East Columbus Gators 40-33. A game where East Columbus, I think, is going to look back later in the season and coulda, shoulda, woulda if they had been able to take care of a few things on their own play that could have made the difference.
I agree, Kevin. You know, you go back and you look at pivotal moments in this basketball game. The biggest pivotal moment was Whiteville extending that lead with one of their best players on the bench. I think that just turned the momentum, and it all shifted toward the Whiteville Wolfpack.
Okay, Brett, we got one more game coming tonight, the Wolfpack men against the East Columbus men, and I'll tell you, that to me is going to be a lot more even than it's been the last several years.
I'm hoping you got somebody to speak to because I got to go visit the men's room.
I believe I'll talk to Franklin Davis, see if we can get a little insight on the Whiteville men and the East Columbus men. Brett and I will take a quick timeout for a few minutes, and I'll be back with men's action here on the campus of East Columbus High School on the Columbus County Social Media Networks.
I've had to pee for like the past 20 minutes.
We're going to take a quick break first. Go on about 6 minutes. Okay, we are back with Franklin Davis. Franklin, talk to us quickly about what you saw in the women's ball game. Closer than it's been the last several years. Both teams with opportunities. Whiteville connecting in the second half and pulling away for the win.
Kevin, do you like pastries?
I do like pastries.
Well, there were enough turnovers in that game to satisfy anyone's pastry cravings. And I think the third quarter, where Whiteville got their turnovers under control and only committed 4, and East Columbus committed 9, was where the game turned around. Plus, Whiteville got the ball in the basket some and was able to set up a three-quarter press, which that sparks their offense year after year after year. That's being able to go to offense off of their defense is really a key to Whiteville women's basketball. I was really impressed with Graham, the freshman for East Columbus, dominating inside. They had numerous second chance opportunities and just couldn't take advantage of them.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. You're going to regret these games later in the season, Brett. Probably going to be a fantastic game at Whiteville a little bit later in the season.
I imagine it will be, and again, I do think that looking at the way these two teams played tonight, that Whiteville is going to be your
1A representative.
Is probably going to be hard to beat out for that 2A spot, and I think East Columbus is definitely going to be hard to beat out for that 1A spot. And it wouldn't surprise me if when these teams meet at Whiteville, if Whiteville has no losses and East Columbus has just this one loss tonight.
A lot of great basketball to come in the conference. Let's take a look at this boys game. Talk to us a little bit about the differences between these two teams.
Well, the difference is about, 13 miles? I think down Highway 74, 76. One of the interesting things about the Whiteville roster is you look up and down that roster and you see a lot of names that you recognize from the Whiteville football roster. So they are battle-tested, and they're going to play a physical brand of basketball. And East Columbus is going to be athletic, and they're going to get up and down the court. And I think the same thing that had a lot to do with the outcome of the girls' game will the boys, the women's game will do the men's game. The fact which team can take care of the basketball and which team can take advantage of the second and third chance opportunities they may get. Neither one of these teams have a dominating center, big man, so it's going to be chaos, I think, under the rim as far as battling for the basketball.
If you've had a chance to watch Whiteville or East Columbus play football this year, Brett, sorry, Franklin.
Brett should be so lucky.
All you old people look alike to me. I'm sorry.
I thought I looked like Franklin Graham.
There you go. If you had a chance to see either one of these two teams play football, like you said, you're going to see a lot of familiar faces. If this becomes a football game, a contact game, who does that favor?
Well, looking at the teams warming up, if it becomes a contact game with no pads on, Durian Sultan, who's standing there in the middle of the lane during the warm-ups and plays nose guard for the Gators football team. He stands in at about 6'1", 320 pounds. I want to be on his side.
Now,
I want to. This is a tremendous crowd tonight. I don't know if people realize or saw the announcement that the admission price to Waccamaw Conference games was just raised this week to $7 from $6. That extra dollar has not kept anyone home tonight. It is packed.
Nice to see people come out and support these squads. You know, basketball games in some of these schools, especially as we get later in the season, the crowds start to get a little more sparse depending on how successful you are. Nice to see East Columbus packing this gym out tonight, and the Whiteville Wolfpack traveling with their kids tonight.
Oh yeah, Whiteville's going to travel, and East Columbus is going to support any team that they feel they don't have to be a winning team. They just have to be a team that they feel has an opportunity to compete and have an opportunity for a win, and they're going to be out and support them.
Absolutely. Just about 2 minutes before the ball game. I know it's a horse race, and both of these teams have mixed results as the school year is going on. Who do you give the edge to?
Secretariat, anytime. Any horse race, I'm going with Secretariat.
Works for me.
I don't know. There's a certain thing with Whiteville tradition and a belief that you're supposed to win that carries over from one sport to the next that I think plays in their favor. But East Columbus playing here in front of this home crowd, and maybe they have looked at Whiteville's record and smell a little blood in the water with Whiteville with just that one win.
I did have a chance to talk to Sultan and some of the young men out in the parking lot before the ball game. They are really hyped for this ball game. They look at it as a measuring stick kind of ball game.
Another thing that's going to factor into it too, that one team gets hot from behind the arc, hits a few three-pointers, that changes the game completely. I can't make a pick. It's too early in the season, and I'm not well versed enough, and I'm gonna be Switzerland and remain neutral anyway.
You said during our pregame show that this is a traditional Whiteville team, very fast, likes to run, likes to get their points off of defensive transition, and East Columbus can run, but they'd rather play a half-court control game and run their sets. Who does that favor?
Whichever team can make the other team not play their style. If East Columbus can advance the ball in the forecourt and not turn it over and make Whiteville play against a set East Columbus defense, then that favors East Columbus.
All right, Franklin, thanks again for joining us. We look forward to a great second ball game here to start just a few seconds. Back to Gator Public Address for the starting lineups of tonight's ball game.
Athletes, coaches, and spectators. Profanity, racial or ethnic comments, or other intimidating actions directed at officials, student athletes, coaches, or team representatives will not be tolerated and our grounds will removed from the site of competition. All spectators, players, and coaches, no matter what their
basketball coach looks like the guy from the Whiteville assistant looks like the guy from Saved by the Bell.
attitude of good sportsmanship.
Never seen him before.
And now,
Seeing
for
you
your
guys?
starting lineups. A 5'9" senior from Whiteville, number 1, A 6'3" sophomore from the home field, number 4,
I've never heard them tell where they're from. Whiteville's baseball 10 years ago was said that. From Lake County, Scotland County.
and a 6'3" junior from
Okay, Brett, here we go. Boys, the men's basketball game. I've been told by Franklin is men's and women's basketball, according to the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
I actually had a chance to read that article. I read Franklin Davis's articles too. He says nobody reads them, but I read his too, and he teaches me a lot of things. Men's and women's, correct?
Men's and women's.
Okay, all right.
Tip goes all the way out, almost out of bounds. Tipped out by East Columbus. It'll be Whiteville basketball.
And they never have possession, so therefore it will go to East Columbus, on the next tie-up.
Ball inbounded by Cade Little to Will Fisher. Fisher surveys the scene, and we'll start the game. Round the corner to Amari Best. Back to Fisher. Back to Best. Round the horn we go. No set. Tries to force it in, kicks it back out. Almost loses the handle. Tipped out. It'll be off the end line, and it'll stay with the Wolfpack.
Looks like the Whiteville Wolfpack right now is okay with just settling down and trying to get a good shot. Nice out of bounds play.
Slick inbound play. And number 10, Montrez Holland, going to go to the line to complete the three-point play. Smart inbounds play on a cutting Montrez Holland. Gets the hoop and harm, and we got our first bucket of the game, 2-0. Holland's second is up and good, 3-0. East Columbus inbounds to pressure, 1-2-2. Behind the back pass underneath, gets it out of trouble.
East Columbus setting it up.
Jazion Brown up the top, takes a look at everything. Content to stay out there until he finds something he likes.
Looks like East Columbus is running a 1-4 high offense.
Tries to force it in, stolen by a White, but we'll go back the other direction. With just over 7 minutes to go. Fisher with the basketball over to Amari Best, back to Fisher, thinks about it, pulls it back down, drives the lane, tosses the jumper up and good, 5-0. Fisher with good mid-range jumpers, could smell trouble for East Columbus. Long baseball pass up.
Sneaks in behind defense. And
Sneaks in behind.
I think he wanted to slam it down, but I think he said nope.
He wanted to make sure that went in before anybody said something. Five-2 our score, 6:37 to go. Jaden Troy's bucket makes it 5-2. Up and over. We'll go back the other direction.
Oh, good push off there for number 2 there.
Quickly up the floor. Spin
That's a
and
lot.
play.
Good God. I think he took 4 steps. They'll let John Morant get away with that in the league, but not here.
Yeah. I can see a little difference between, Morant and Montrez Holland.
Yeah.
Once again, pressure by the Wolfpack. East Columbus working the ball up to the front court, over to number 11. Down we go to Tyree Simpson. Simpson's going to thread the needle. Quickly up, around, off the side of the backboard, no good. Stolen. Fisher heads up, gets to take his pocket picked, and number 11, Tyree Simpson with the basketball. Craig Simpson not giving up on the play. Around we go. We're back up to the top of the key, and Jazion Brown. Brown over to Corner. Jumper up. No. Great rebound. Tried to kick it tipped, and it'll stay with East Columbus.
You know, both teams doing a good job of, trying to find a good, good play, working around the horn a little bit. Just can't find the basket.
Spins, stops, pops, and the bank is open. Caden Patrick with a bucket, and it's 5-4. East Columbus looks to have settled down at this point in the game. Long range three, up and good. 5:19 to go, wait for a score. Patrick with the basketball, kicks it back to Tyree Simpson. Heads up play, dribbling through trouble is Jazion Brown. Brown underneath, loses the handle, going to go over to the Wolfpack.
He should have just picked up that basketball and set it up and resettled there and just dribbles the ball out of bounds.
Trying to thread the needle, ball inbound into number 13. All the way up the court.
That's a foul.
Hoop, but no hoop but harm. Yeah. It'll go to the line for 2.
Slung that arm down, Kevin. That's an easy call by the officials.
Montrez Holland to the line, shooting 2. 2 team fouls on East Columbus. Holland's first is up and good. It's 9-4. Just under 5 minutes. Still a clean played ball game, Brett, but a lot of back and forth. But again, like the girls' game, very little points. Caden Patrick with the basketball. Gets it around. Number 5, Jaden Troy with the basketball. Gets it over to number 1, Jazion Brown.
Looks like Whiteville's playing a 2-3 matchup zone. Looks like they want to trap out of that zone also. What's that going to be? Foul off the ball?
Foul off the ball.
It's like against Whiteville. Gives East Columbus opportunity to set up an out-of-bounds play underneath.
Cade Little's first, team's first. Up and drains a 3. Jazion Brown with the 3, and it's a 9-7 game. East Columbus now with a little bit of pressure, Brett. Patrick, great ball pressure, forced into the corner. Whiteville lucky to get the ball at the floor. Looks to get the ball in the low post, no good. Jazion Brown with a steal. Back and forth it goes.
Good defense.
Heads up defense. Great rebounding by Whiteville to get out of there with no bucket. Once again, ball just kind of rolling around.
Oh, offensive foul there. Was that illegal screen there, Kevin, or something?
Illegal screen.
Yeah, okay.
Again, not called in the women's game, but called in the men's game tonight.
That tends to happen a lot. Whiteville stepping out in full court pressure.
Patrick kicks the ball back to Tyree Simpson. Simpson to Jazion Brown. Brown puts it in the corner, kicks it underneath to Patrick. Jumper up, no good. Rebounded by the Wolfpack. Fisher crossed himself up, loses the basketball, push, and we got a jump ball. Surprised no foul called there. He was pushing to the jump ball.
Yeah.
Checking in for Whiteville is number 12, Deshaun Shipman.
What? I'm a little confused here, Kevin. He called offensive foul, illegal screen. Maybe he didn't.
Okay.
Or jump. Okay. I don't know.
All the way back up to the top. Amari Best with the basketball, kicks it around to Will Fisher. Fisher back to Best, playing catch right now. Again, call off the ball, Brett.
It's like these officials trying to clean it up quick.
Foul called on, looks like number 4.
Foul charge number 5, Jaden.
Number 5, Jaden Troy, his first.
Team's third.
Team's third.
The officials checking the all-important shirt tails in.
You know, many a game has been changed by a shirt tail. Right?
Yeah.
Round the horn we go. Fisher with the ball back up almost by half court. Kicked around to Whitwell, back to over to Fisher. Stops, drops, and pops, and that's number 12. Number 2, Amari Best. East Columbus working the ball around. Back over to Jazion Brown. Thinks about it, pulls it back, gets it back to Brown. Long range 3 is up and good.
In traffic, Kevin, there.
4-3. And all of a sudden we got a 1-point game, Brett, with 2:20 to go here in the first quarter.
If those start falling, it might be a long night for the Wolfpack.
Making it rain, brother, making it rain. Round we go. Will Fisher with the basketball.
14's been wide open on the inside, Kevin. They hadn't got to him yet, so take a look at them trying to get it there.
Switch up and around. Underneath, dribbles out of trouble. Jazion Brown with the basketball, bringing it up against, one or two on 4. Throws up a prayer, does not get it answered, does not get the rebound either.
Nice. Nice call there, Kevin.
Thank you.
Those up a prayer don't get it answered. I like that.
Back and forth we go. Where the points are, nobody knows. 11-10, 1:46 to go here in the first quarter.
You've been doing your homework.
I had a lot of time to rest over the break.
Wow, I like that.
You know what it is? I've been watching old tapes of Franklin Davis.
Oh, wow. You even impressed me.
Thank you. That was one of those Franklin Davis witticisms I stole.
East Columbus taking their time, getting it up the court, and that's what they need to do against this defense.
Feeding the pressure. Threads the needle, back over to Jazion Brown. Looks to dribble, penetrate, drops it underneath. Turnaround jumper up, no good, but he's fouled.
East Columbus doing a really good job of beating that pressure of Whiteville. Whiteville wants to get into some traps and stuff, but East Columbus is not letting them. They're getting rid of the basketball quick and, going middle side, and getting up the court and getting in a good position to get a shot.
I tell you, I'm really liking the game Kanan Patrick's playing tonight. He's been useful on the defensive end, cleaning up a lot of the trash, Brett, and on the offensive end, he's making a quality contribution.
Yep.
Kanan Patrick's first makes it the tie score of 1:32 to go here in the first.
Well,
probably a lane violation.
Okay, all right. Maybe shirt tail out. Who knows?
Could be.
All right, here we go.
Minute and a half to go. 90 seconds here in the first. 11-11 our score. Whiteville working the ball around. Throws an off-balance shot. No good. Rebounded by Tyree Simpson. Ball quickly up the floor. Jammed home and gets the foul.
That's one of them ones you just let them go, or you make sure they don't make the play.
J.T. Junius with the slam. And it's 13-11 with a chance to go up by 3 for the Gators.
You got to give credit to the young man, though. He tried to go up and get that block and just couldn't get it there.
Does not get it to fall. Quickly back the other direction. 1:15 to go here in the first. Credit the hustle. Trapped on the floor. Held ball going over to the Gators. Quick substitution by the Wolfpack. Again, 1:10 to go, 70 seconds, Brett, in the first. East Columbus erasing an early deficit, now going up by 2. East Columbus bringing the ball up against pressure. Tried to force the pass, lucky to get it knocked out of bounds. And Jazion Brown's going to inbound it with 1:01.
His middleman left him there. His middleman went up the court, and he didn't have a pass back to the backside, and he had to go sideline.
Jazion Brown with the basketball. The shoes Tyree Simpson gets it around the corner. tries to force it underneath. Ball knocked out of bounds, and it'll be
could have went either way.
East Columbus basketball inbound. Up and no good. Simpson's jumper just off the mark. Whiteville looks to get the ball at the floor. 3 is up. No good off the top of the backboard, and we'll go back the other direction.
Okay.
Gator basketball, just under 45 to go here in the first.
There must be some extra air in that ball, Kevin, because it's
flying out of there.
It is.
Quickly up the floor is East Columbus. Dribble penetrate. Gets it tapped out off the off the walk, we'll call it. And it'll be Whiteville basketball. Whiteville with just under 25 to go here in the first quarter, Brett. Little dribble penetration. Stops, gets the harm, but cannot get the bucket to fall, and he'll go to the line for 2.
I like the way Whiteville is settling down their offense, working it around, trying to get a good shot. Shows the mark of a good basketball team. Now, I know they've struggled in the first half of the year, but it looks like they're getting their stuff clicking a little bit better. And see, Whiteville, they're probably going to come back and be able to vie for some good wins here.
Shipman airs the first, does not get it to fall. But Shipman's played some quality minutes here, too. And honestly, Brett, this is a more controlled Whiteville team than we're used to seeing.
And when I look on that Whiteville team, it looks like their football team's dressed out in basketball uniforms.
Second one up, no good. Rebounded quickly and back up. Gets it to fall, and we get a tie score, 15 seconds to go.
Definitely Whiteville going to be up in the strength category here.
Well, we need to stop this game and have a bench press contest. Quick transition and fall. Out of control. Nobody's going to get control. And Brett, with 1 quarter in the books, we get a tie ball game, 13-13.
Not a bad quarter of basketball. A little bit, out of control. Whiteville seems to be settling down a little bit more than East Columbus did, but East Columbus is coming up and hitting the big shot there. Whiteville just can't find that big shot.
Okay, Brett, take us into first at East Columbus huddle.
Well, East Columbus is, they're trying to score on their fast breaks, and when they can't score on their fast breaks, they don't really get a good shot. And, Whiteville was okay with East Columbus, trying not scoring on that, but East Columbus got to settle back and, work the ball around like Whiteville was doing and find that better shot, because I think East Columbus has got the better shooters. They just hadn't worked it around enough to find that open shot.
Okay, tie ball game, 1 quarter in the books, Brett. Looking at the pace of the game, looking at the way things are unfolding, if the game stays trending in this direction, who does it favor?
Well, I think eventually, with Whiteville, with the settle-down offenses, eventually got to have the upper hand right now. But, it's according if East Columbus can get hot and if Whiteville can cause turnovers on that full-court pressure. But East Columbus has done a good job, attacking that full-court pressure. So, either way right here, really good ball game. 2 evenly matched teams, as I can see now.
Okay, beginning of the second quarter, Whiteville with the basketball, bringing it into the front court, going left to right. Back up to Shipman at the top. Shipman takes it around to Zayshawn Bennett. Around to Amari Best. Over to Zayshawn. He brings it back up to the top of the key. Round to Shipman. Ooh. Yeah. Little tiptoe through the tulips, and he'll give up the basketball.
Something I see at Whiteville that it is going to open up for them. The high post and the movement of the post players, they're wide open. They got to get it down to them and then kick back out to get a better shot.
Simpson's pass a little far, does not get near the control, and it'll go over to Whiteville.
Yeah, and, just East Columbus is, not in their game plan right now in turnovers. And, in men's basketball, you can't have a lot of turnovers.
Every possession counts, especially in these close ball games as we saw in the first game. Around we go. A little dribble penetration brings it back. Whiteville content to work it around the horn. Amari Best 3 is up, no good. Rebounded by the Wolfpack. Up and good. Hoop and harm. He'll go to the line for a three-point play. That's Montrez Holland looking to complete the three-point play.
And Kevin, I'll go back to the strength thing. That's just an example of strength over strength. Whiteville definitely is a lot stronger than East Columbus, and they're able to battle down deep, get rebounds, put it back up, and even if they're fouled, it don't bother them. They just take it straight to the hole and can score.
Okay, Holland looks to complete the three-point play and put the Gators up, the Wolfpack up by 3. 16-13, 7:07 to go here in the first half. Ball inbound to Brown, kicks it back around. Back and forth we go with two-man game. Casey outbound, drives the lane, brings it back, tries to kick it underneath. Stolen, and drives. No harm. But rebounded by East Columbus, and that's number 12. Again, I'm trying to do this by phone, so work with me, folks.
And Whiteville in that situation, they just need to do a little bit better job of blocking out. They've got the big, tough bodies. Now step back 1 or 2, push your defender back, and leave it open in the middle for those rebounds.
Kanan Patrick taking out the trash. Gets the first. It's now a 2-point game. Key buckets and key possessions for East Columbus to really make something happen because they're going to need these points later in the ballgame.
It's got to be a lane violation. You can call it. Whiteville with the rebound.
Both teams really scrappy on the boards tonight. I think it's going to probably be a big factor in who wins.
Fisher comes up with the basket.
Fisher's basket makes this a 4-point game, 18-14. Kanan Patrick with the basketball. Forces it underneath. Reverse layup up and good. Jaden Troy with a nice reverse layup makes it 18-16. Fisher with the basketball. Up. No good.
So we'll go back to Whiteville.
I think both of them looking at each other like, did you have the call? No, did you?
But they worked it out. They did that eye little motion.
Adams checking in for the Gators. Heads up play.
Oh, just couldn't get the handle there, Kev.
If Tyree Simpson was about a half a foot taller, but there's a kid who doesn't have the biggest size, but his arms are just so lanky he can squat that thing out of the sky. Whiteville inbound the basketball once again. Number 15 is Sean Bennett with the basketball. Gets over to Fisher. Back around to Mari Best. Best down in the corner. Little miscommunication and the ball go over to the Gators.
Trying to get it down low to Fisher, but Fisher knows that he's not going to get on that low block, so he wouldn't be looking for the ball there.
18-16 our score. Just under 6 minutes to go here in the first half. East Columbus working the ball up against pressure. Back over to Tyree Simpson. Over to Jazion Brown. Around the corner we go. Thinks about it. Pulls it back. Tyree Simpson with the ball at the top of the key. Back over to Jazion Brown. Around the horn we go. Too many steps called against number 13, Jabari Adams.
Whiteville playing some really good defense down there on that end, giving East Columbus a tough time scoring.
One possession against 3 will not net you a win. I definitely agree with that. Down the corner we go. Just a bit outside, and we'll go back over the other direction.
I take it he's not the quarterback for the team.
Probably not. Whiteville substitution that's coming into the ball game is number 21, Cade Little.
See Coach J.P. Price over there supporting his Wolfpack on the road. Had a really good football season this year.
Around we go. Kicks over to the corner. Back over to Jazion Brown. Brown, a lot of dribble penetration. Nothing happening. Takes around the other side. Brown with a 3 up. No good. Rebounded by Whiteville against pressure. Quickly transitioning around the corner is Whiteville. Second chance bucket by number 14, Kyan Gaines, and we got a 16-20 game.
I'll tell you, for Whiteville to be only a 2-win team, they look pretty good out here tonight, Kevin.
Again, I take you back to what Franklin Davis said. The quality of your non-conference, may mask your record sometimes and how good you really are. Yep. In and out we go. Jaden Troy the basketball. Almost gets his pocket picked. Throws it up, no good. Almost gets his own rebound.
It's going to be a foul.
Recovered by number 13, Jabari Adams, and he'll go to the line for 2. 20-16 our score, 4:13 to go here in the first half.
See if I can find some local scores here, Kevin.
Adams first is up, no good. Front rims it. Tamarian Hall checking in for the Wolfpack. Adams with the second. It's up and good. 20-17 our score, just over 4 minutes to go here in the first half. Whiteville with the basketball, takes it around. Fisher with the top of the key. Key over to Amari Best. Fisher over to Amari Best. Fisher and Best playing 2-man basketball. Best drives the lane, doesn't get it to fall, loses it out of bounds.
But, Whiteville's being really patient on the offensive end, and I think that's going to pay dividends to them, in the second half.
I'm going to tell you something. This is a more controlled, disciplined team than I'm used to seeing from Whiteville. 30-second timeout by East Columbus, Brett. Again, tell me, are you used to seeing I'm not used to seeing a non-transition based Whiteville offense.
Yep.
And I think it's got East Columbus a little off key.
Well, you know what? You got to go back to coaching there. Good coaches change how they coach according to the Jimmies and Johnnies that they got on the court. And, he knows that probably his players are not got the best transition players. He knows that they're probably, a little smarter and can set up and, knows basketball a little bit better. And that's what you see Whiteville doing right now. They're coaching to what kind of talent that they actually have.
3:51 to go here, second horn as we begin play once again. 20-17 in favor of the Gators.
Got a South Columbus score, third quarter. South Columbus boys are down 34-40.
34-40 is a closer ball game than some expected. Okay. Quick transition.
See if I can get a girl score for you, too.
Quick change over on the inbounds. Long.
That's backcourt.
Backcourt.
If he'd have let it go into the backcourt,
exactly.
It would have been okay.
You can throw it from underneath to the backcourt, but he dragged that foot, and that's what caused a violation.
Now, West Columbus, are they in action tonight? West Columbus in action tonight?
They are. I believe they're at Trask.
At Trask, okay. That was a good call there.
That's hard to see. You got to credit the officials on that. We give the officials a lot of grief, Brett, but that's a good eye on.
Well, he established possession in this court and moved to the backcourt. Looks like they might be discussing it, but they got it right.
Yeah, the old axiom, Brett, is you are where you are until you get there.
All right.
Unless you were completely 2 feet and ball in the backcourt, you're still considered in the front court.
Right.
So even if you had one on each side, if you have not completely established in the backcourt, that's a backcourt violation.
Well, at least they got together and talked about it, but they got the call right there.
That's a great officials conference right there. Round we go, 3:44 to go here in the first half. Jaden Troy kicks it around. Hacked in the act, and we'll go up for 2.
Or they might have just been talking about what they're going to do when they left here. You never know.
They're probably going, we can go out at halftime and watch, and get us a hot dog and watch, the great coverage by CCCA.
There we go. East Columbus going to go to the line, number 11, to make it a 1-point game if he can convert here.
Tyree Simpson. First is up. No good.
Free throw shooting hadn't been really good for East Columbus tonight. Had the opportunities, but just can't put it in the hole.
Hidden point spread. When I used to coach, it used to drive me nuts where we'd lose by 5 and miss 6 free throws.
Yep, I agree.
Hidden points, hidden possessions. Simpson with his second. It's up.
See?
And he gets it to fall.
Got that one.
Shooter's roll makes it 20-18 in favor of the Wolfpack. 3:37 to go here in the first half. Around to Amari Best. Shipman transitions. Back over to number 15. Back over to Shipman.
I'm thinking sometime tonight Whiteville's got to take advantage of that open in the middle there.
They're almost daring him to put the ball on the low post.
Yep.
Threads the needle. Shipman with the basketball. Too many steps.
Especially as strong as Whiteville is. You know, you definitely would love to get that ball on the high or low post with the strength that you possess.
Zay Bennett threaded the needle with a great pass. It's all for naught because he got a little too eager with the steps. 3:05 to go here.
See, that's not the pass that you want there, but it turns out that East Columbus gets a foul off of that.
Once again, that's that football mentality, Brett. Drive block.
Look, first down to me, didn't you, Kevin?
Hey, that's pass interference. It's 15 in the first down.
Is it going to be a
1-on-1?
1-on-1. I didn't realize Whitewood committed that many team fouls.
It has been a quick move in the first half. Jaden Troy, the line, shooting 1-on-1, down 2 with 3:04 to go here in the first half.
At Pender, South Columbus goes down 48-30. South Columbus girls lose 48-30 to Pender.
19-20 our score. Get a chance to tie the ball game. Jaden Troy ties it up at 20. 3:04 to go here in the first half.
Is that Pender's girls first again? What? Is that Pender's girls first?
Whiteville driving the lane. Throws up a prayer. Gets it to fall. And that's number 15. And that is Zayshawn Bennett. Fourth pass underneath. Back up to the top of the key. Round the horn we go. East Columbus trying to force that pass underneath, Brett. Lucky to get the possession back, and there's got to be something better to do.
The key in this basketball game is if East Columbus can settle down and run offenses and move and make points off of the half-court possessions.
Up for three, no good.
You see, that kid shot, he hit one drain, and his last two has been air balls. Just don't look comfortable in the half-court offense. But it's going to be a foul on
Whiteville underneath, away from the basket on a push, and we got East Columbus back to the line shooting 1-on-1.
Charge number 12, Deshaun Shipman, his first, team's 9.
Shipman's first, team 9 double bonus in the next foul.
Just can't make the free throws, Kevin.
Held ball, and it will be whose possession?
Orange. Or nobody knows. Just rock, paper, scissors.
1, 2, 3, shoot. Apparently, it is Whiteville basketball, Brett.
No, they're giving it back to East Columbus now.
Okay.
They must have lost rock, paper, scissors.
My mother, too, told me to pick this one. Or is that 1 potato, 2 potato? Round we go. Shipman.
Says another air ball there for East Columbus.
Simpson's air ball brings it for. Well, Simpson atones for it on the other end. Gets the interception. We're going back the other direction. 2:20 to go. Jazion Brown with the basketball. Over to Tyree Simpson. Simpson thinks about it. Ball goes around back to Jazion Brown. Quickly around we go. Driving the baseline is East Columbus. Over to Simpson.
That's what you got to do.
Good is up and good.
Good half-court action there for East Columbus, and it pays dividends.
In the rhythm of the offense, Tyree Simpson hits a three, and East Columbus up by 1 with 1:52 to go. Round we go. Whiteville rotating the basketball around the key. Nice pressure. Stops, pops. And we got a foul call at the foul line, and it'll be Whiteville going to the line.
It's got to be 2 shots, right?
He said it's underneath.
Okay, all right.
No, now he's giving him 2 shots.
He held it 1-and-1 to start out when, wasn't the guy shooting?
Shipman to the line, shooting 2. Down by 1, 1:39 to go. Shipman hits the first, and we get a tie ball game. 23-23 our score, Brett. A lot closer than maybe you might have thought coming into this game. With a minute 39 to go in the first half, I think both these teams have some pretty important adjustments to make at halftime.
Yeah, but
second one in and out, no good. Whiteville retains possession.
You know as well as I do, Kevin, you can throw records out the door when these two teams get together.
A little lax going to get the ball. Up and good. Number 15, Zayshawn Bennett with the teardrop, and Whiteville back in the lead by 2. Quickly up the floor. Stripped, but retained. Heads up play by Jack Lee Smith. Smith takes the errant shot.
Seems like all the loose balls are going to East Columbus, and that's what's keeping them here in the ballgame.
Credit the hustle of these Gators. Round we go, just under a minute, 25-25 our score. Tries to force the pass, gets it stolen. Scrum underneath, and no control yet. Great volleyball game going on.
Wow. There we go. Good hustle by both teams.
I'm going to tell you right now, Brett, hard not to stand up on both teams for that kind of hustle.
Yeah.
Still tied, 38.3 to go here in the first half. Little token pressure by Whiteville. East Columbus looking to get the ball in the front court.
I thought so too.
Yeah, backcourt almost called. Round we go. Thinks about a three, pulls it back, no good. Round we go. Jayzion Brown looks to take one shot.
Been a good half here, Kevin. 25-25, 11 seconds left. East Columbus going to start their offense.
Round we go. Back to Jayzion Brown.
Might be a little bit too late. Don't seem like he got luck.
Brown.
Oh, my goodness. Woo. That's a 4-point play there, right?
4-point play.
What they call on the shooter? So the basket didn't count?
Before the shot.
Woo! That's one of those ones you're like, no, and then yeah.
Holland with the foul. Away from the basket.
Wow, smart
but
move,
it's still
I guess.
double bonus. You may not get 4, but you'll at least get 2.
Yeah.
Round the line, looking to break the tie with 1.3 to go. You're either going to get 2 or 4. In this case, you get 2. Change of the free throw shooters now is going to be number 12, Kanan Patrick. And he only gave 1 shot, which was surprising. So I guess it may have still been 1-1.
Was it 1-1 or should have been 2? Was that? Were they in the double?
I thought they were. But apparently not.
Evidently not. So it's tie ball game, 25-25. Tied in the first quarter, right?
Yep.
Tied in the second quarter.
13-13 at the end of 1. So, and 12 more points scored for each team makes it 25-25 here at halftime. Brett and I will be back with second half action. We're going to take a quick timeout. We're going to check the stats, and we'll be right back here on the campus of East Columbus High School on the Columbus County Sports Game of the Week. Okay, I'm back with Franklin Davis. And Franklin, 13-13 at the end of one, 25-25 at the end of two. Again, close as we anticipated, but right now, if you're looking at this game, who's got the edge?
I don't think anybody has the edge. I think it's pretty much even Steven.
Tell us a little bit about what the stats are showing you here in the first half.
Unforced turnovers. Whiteville's turned the ball over 13 times. East Columbus turns it over 7. And some Whiteville turnovers when they had a little bit of a lead. I think they were up 23-20 and had a couple of trips down court where they just simply threw the ball away without a whole lot of pressure on the pass. Empty trips, then got East Columbus going again. I think the fact that East Columbus is made three-pointers. Whiteville's only had one. There's a 6 points difference right there, and we said that would be one of the things if one of the teams could. They're not lighting it up, but they do have a 6-point advantage from 3 points, and both teams are kind of packing it back in there, daring the other team to shoot from outside.
Now, traditionally, Whiteville likes to score out transition defense and likes to initiate their offense off their defense. Are you a little surprised to see a Whiteville team playing this discipline in this ballgame?
No, because Coach Singletary, he adjusts from one year to the next depending on what he feels like the skill level of his, what their best skills are. And obviously he thinks with this team, maybe it's because of depth or whatever, is better suited to not play the full court, all-out press type style that we've seen some Whiteville teams play before. Well, I tell you, East Columbus is doing a good job on the boards. No doubt about that. I think that's one of the big things that has played in their favor.
Patrick really playing a strong game under the boards. Any foul trouble to speak of?
I'm not keeping up with fouls. I know that Coach Singletary took out Will Fisher with 2 fouls with like 3-something to go in the second quarter to avoid him getting a third. But not aware of any. I don't know that anyone has 3 necessarily.
Okay. Tell us what you think the key to the second half is going to be.
Which team can protect the ball and not make unnecessary I don't know what has happened to making the simple play. Everyone seems to want to make the incredible pass when there are simple passes that are available to be made. Make the defense move, shift them around, then that will create an opening instead of trying to force the ball inside or to someone breaking and throw it through 2 defenders. I think the team that plays a little bit more of a basic basketball game as far as protecting the ball and making the simple plays is going to be the team that comes out ahead.
Okay, if you had a chance to check your Twitter and check around, do you have any local scores for us?
The only one I know is that the in front of a packed house, I understand, at West Bladen, even more packed than this, where they were lined up 50 deep to get into the game over there between East Bladen and West Bladen. East Bladen girls dominated the West Bladen girls 71-42. That's the only score I've seen.
I know South was down by 8 the last I saw, and
I think Coach Burris said that Pender did Pender's women got their first win of the year against South Columbus. So, as we said, non-conference meaning nothing. Pender, no wins, non-conference, and they win their first conference game. So,
a lot of basketball yet to be played just at the start of the conference season. Looking down the road, probably going to be pretty even in the men's game beyond Topsail.
Beyond Trask.
Beyond Trask.
Yeah, I think you're looking at a situation where anybody can beat anybody, and even Trask on the road. Trask at home is especially tough. But even when they come on the road into Columbus County, I wouldn't count out a Columbus County team against them. But the games that y'all are going to cover with the county matchups especially should just be, knockdown, drag. Well, hopefully not literally knockdown, drag out, but should be very close and come down to the final one or two possessions. That looks like this one's going to.
I know it's early, but can you give us just a sneak peek a little bit further down the road and talk to us about what you're looking for in Columbus County baseball and Columbus County softball this spring?
Columbus County softball this spring, I'm looking forward to seeing what Carly Godwin does her senior year to top off what she did that junior year, where it was one of the most incredible softball seasons that any one individual has had in Columbus County or even the state of North Carolina. I think East Columbus is going to be very good in softball. South Columbus losing Peyton Duncan in softball. I mean, she has been a standout pitcher for 3 years for Coach Megan Storm's team. And it's going to be interesting what Clay Jernigan does as the new softball coach at Whiteville High School, replacing Olivia Scott. Baseball is pretty wide open this year. But you never can count out the Whiteville Wolfpack, and they showed that last year,
Absolutely.
So, anyway, we'll see.
It's all fun and games until somebody throws out that first pitch.
Yeah, and I hope they'll ask me to throw out the first pitch this year. But I'll have to do it left-handed. Rotator cuff just gone on the right arm.
They just throw me and Brett out, actually.
Yeah, that works.
Second half action about to begin. Brett Burrs joining us once again. Brett, you had a chance to get a rock around at halftime.
I did.
And talk to us a little bit about what you're looking to see in the second half. Who's going to take control of this game, do you think?
Well, East Columbus did, at the end of that second quarter, show some kind of inclination of coming up with a half-court offense. And if they can expound on that, then, it's going to roll toward them. But, I look for Whiteville to use their physicality to maybe take over the inside and try to, work that middle a little bit against this East Columbus crowd.
East Columbus basketball going from left to right. Whiteville will be going right to left. Sweet pass underneath, and Kanan Patrick with a soft hook gets the bucket. Gators go up by 2, 27-25.
Nice design play from probably inside the locker room and came out and, put it down on paper. And
Best with the basketball around the corner. 3 up, no good. Rebounded by Best. Drives the lane, gets it off the front rim. Throws another off-balance shot, no good. How important do you think, Brett, is it for the Gators to, with a 2-point lead, try and extend this a little bit and get some quality?
I think it's very important because I think Whiteville in their mind says, hey, we can play with these guys. If you can extend this lead there, it hurts you, in a sense of emotionally knowing that maybe we can't beat this team.
Jayzion Brown with the basketball, kicks it around the left corner. In and out to Jaden Troy, stolen by Whiteville. Back and forth we go. Driving the lane is Fisher, up no good, rebounded by the Gators. Jayzion Brown with the basketball, going left to right, just under 7 minutes. Gators up by 2. Sliding it underneath, gets the ball tipped out of bounds. Nice pass by number 2, and that is Jacquees Smith.
See, we got Jonathan Williams over there supporting the county teams tonight.
Back up to Jayzion Brown. Turnaround jumper by Patrick, around the horn, no good. Over to Will Fisher, and we'll look to initiate the offense. Mari Best around the corner. 3 is up and good. Number 21, Cade Little, excuse me.
You didn't see a lot of him in the first half. He went out after about 3 minutes and didn't come back in, but he's probably their shooting specialist.
28-27 in favor of the Wolfpack. East Columbus on the offense. Tough pick. Jayzion Brown with a 3 up, no good. Rebounded by Simpson, up, no good. Gets his own rebound. Turnaround jumper.
Wow. No denying that kid there, Kevin.
Sorry, Jacquees with 2. That's Jacquees Smith with a couple of quick turnaround jumpers. Finally gets one to fall. Backing him down, up, no good. Almost an over the back, not called. East Columbus basketball up by 1, 29-28. Smith with a 3 up and drains the 3. 32-28, East extending the lead to 4.
if you're Whiteville here and you don't score on this possession and East Columbus scores, you might want to think about a timeout.
Fisher's bucket up, no good. Quickly back and forth.
He's got numbers.
Brown with a layup is around the bucket and good. Jazion Brown makes it a 6-point game, 5 minutes to go here in the third.
I think that's the largest lead of the game, isn't it, Kevin?
It is. Cade Little's three around, no good. Stolen by East Columbus off of Brown. It'll go over to the Wolfpack.
It's like they're letting them play a little bit more in the second half here underneath, Kevin.
It's getting physical, and the question is, there's a lot of beef on both sides, Brett. Round we go to Best. Tries to force it, almost gets it stolen. Turnaround jumper by.
There it is.
Number 10, Montrez Holland. 34-30, 4:30 to go here in the third. Quickly up the floor. Up. Does not get it to fall. He's trying to foul him all the way up the floor. Does not get the call until we get close to the end.
Got South Columbus score. 1 minute left to go. South Columbus down 59-62. So it looks like it's coming down to the wire there at Pender High School.
A couple of great games over there tonight. Whiteville possession underneath their own basket.
Nice play. Just couldn't find the handle there.
Lucky to get the ball back. East Columbus with a rebound. East Columbus against pressure looks to bring the ball up. 4:10 to go, 34-30 in favor of the Gators. Jazion Brown, I think everybody's trying to catch their breath right this second. Over to Kane.
Ooh.
Pushing it back and just got away. Couldn't get away with it.
But that's a good call there, Kevin. He went through his body to knock it away.
Kayshawn McCollum with the foul. His second. First team foul second half. East Columbus will now inbound the basketball into their own bucket. Over to Jazion Brown with a three. Up, no good, front rim. Quick rebound. Teardrop does not get the fall, but he does get harmed. And that's going to be number 2. Jacquees Smith going to the line, shooting 2. Again, hidden points, Brett. East Columbus, with the opportunity, needs to start hitting their free throws.
Yeah, it's pretty rough in the first half from the charity stripe for East Columbus.
First one up, no good. Checking in for the Wolfpack is number 15, Zay Bennett. Smith second up and good. It's a 5-point game with 3:51 to go here in the third. 35-30 our score. Quickly up the floor, looking to penetrate. Has to pull it back. Around we go to Fisher. Fisher's three is up. Fisher's three front rim's no good. Rebounded by the Gators. Jaden Troy the basketball, gets it around to Jazion Brown. Brown with the basketball, gets it over to Javari. Back to Jazion. Up. And no good, rebounded by the Wolfpack.
Again, didn't follow his shot, Kevin. Followed his shot. He goes right back up with it.
Again, one of those little fundamental things that may not show up in the score sheet, but makes a difference.
Whiteville keeping it close here. Don't let East Columbus extend the lead.
East Columbus a little trouble getting the ball up the floor. Has to call timeout. 35-32 with 3:11 to go here in the third quarter, Brett.
Score update, 64-63, Pender ahead, 18 seconds left against South Columbus. That's going
Great ball. That's going to be a fantastic finish. Just remember those when I was watching football when I was little.
Yeah,
October presents fantastic finishes.
You think we can switch over to that game and catch the end of it and switch back to ours? Or we don't have that capability?
I don't know what the broadcast rules are.
Okay, all right. Just checking. Maybe one day, hey, we've got screens out in lobbies now. There's no telling what we'll have in a couple of years.
Brett, this game has been 3 or 4 points in either direction the whole night.
Yep.
What do you have to do in the last 3:11 and the fourth quarter for either side to win this ball game?
Well, East Columbus went on that 6-point run there, and Whiteville weathered the storm and has battled back and only down by 3 here. Whoever weathers these storms and can battle back and get that momentum going back, it's probably going to be the winner of this ball. It can go either way right now. But it's still, to me, if East Columbus can get in their offensive set and move and hit their shots, still think East Columbus has probably the better chance. If you look on that little percentage thing, I'd say East Columbus about 58% to win.
Jayzion Brown with the basketball, 1 against 2. Trying to almost play through him. Drives, stops, and just drops it over top of his head.
Number 12's had a really good basketball game for East Columbus.
Patrick just head and shoulders the tallest man on the floor, drops it over the head of the defender, and it's a 5-point game once again.
Okay.
Fisher's jumper up, no good. Tipped out and back over to Jayzion Brown. Brown slows up, gets it to fall. Jayzion Brown, and all of a sudden, East up by 7 with 2:30 to go.
And this is that run that you got to weather here. You got to stop that bleeding and, get the ball back and put the ball in the hole. Not a good shot for Whiteville there.
Whiteville forcing the offense, loses the ball. Brown once again quickly up the floor, thinks about it, pulls it back, gets around to Jaden Troy, down to Kanan Patrick, rebounded by Jaden Troy. Over to Jayzion Brown to reset the offense with 2 minutes to go. Stripped underneath, and a missed opportunity for the Gators. 1:52 to go here in the third, 7-point lead by the Gators. Whiteville looking to get the ball in the low post, not there, brings it back up to the top.
Coach Singletary's going to set it up, try to get a play here that they've worked on.
Over to Best, back to Zay Bennett. Over to Fisher, back to Bennett. Back to Fisher.
East Columbus doing a good job playing defense.
Got to be disciplined, especially off the ball against this defense. Drops it off underneath, nothing happening. Back to the corner. Amari Best, front rims it no good. Scrum for it, up to Jayzion Brown. Quickly up.
Oh,
and
no.
misses the dunk. That's the danger of the spectacular play, Brett. Yeah. Junius tried to.
See if this guy can do it. He walked.
Walk called. Franklin Davis said something to me earlier, Brad, or was it you? It said, Kev, we lost the ability to make the simple play.
I mean, that's you go up right there by 9, you make that play, and that's, you get the adrenaline pumping. You're like, everybody wants to see a dunk, but, hey, I just want to see 2 points.
Sometimes it's better to make the safe play than a spectacular play, especially in a game where every possession is going to matter.
Got to update South Columbus, Pender, overtime.
Overtime?
Yeah. Free basketball there in Pender.
Is that at Pender or is that
at
South?
Pender? At Pender.
Free basketball.
Free basketball at Pender.
Again, according to Franklin, he said that the ticket prices have gone up.
Yes, they have.
This week for Columbus County, for basketball in the conference.
For the state, right? The state mandated that dollar increase, right? Yeah. Conference, okay. All right.
Just under a minute to go. Lead is 7 for the Gators. And Gators with possession can make this a 9 or a 10-point game.
Yeah, officials' prices went up too. So inflation's everywhere, guys.
Oh, yeah. Gators with a chance to make this a 9 or a 10-point game with a minute to go. Content to work the ball around the top of the horn. Take precious time off the clock. Quickly passed around. Back up to Jayzion Brown. Drops it off.
Dangerous pass.
Tyree Simpson lucky to get a hold of that one. Back to Jayzion Brown. 30 seconds to go here in the third. Nice quick dribble around the horn we go. Back over to Simpson. Back around to Troy. Back over to Brown. 20 seconds to go. Back over to Troy. Back to Brown.
Now, if they can score off this possession, it's going to be really big, Kevin, going into that fourth quarter.
Troy sets a pick. Brown.
And he walked. All that. And he
walked. But.
And gives the ball back to Whiteville to be able to score here.
With 4.6 to go. Do you put pressure up at this time?
You got the pressure of the ball coming up the court. Oh, he stepped in.
Stepped on the line.
Sure did.
Unforced error.
And that's why you keep one back for that instance there.
Uncharacteristic mistake by the Wolfpack.
See if East Columbus can redeem themselves.
Whose hands do you put the ball in?
The guy taking the ball out of bounds.
Simpson, 3 is up, no good.
He tried.
Had 2 opportunities, couldn't get it to Paul. Our score in the end of 3, Brett. East Columbus Gators leading Whiteville's Wolfpack 39-32. The issue very much in doubt because this has never been a more than 1 or 2 possession game the whole night.
Yeah, I think this is actually the largest lead that East Columbus have, right? Yeah.
For either team, actually.
Yep. It is 7 points, right? I can't use my math tonight.
And the winning ticket is
I could count it, Brett, but I'd actually have to take my shoes off to do it.
A squared over 39 minus 32 is 7.
They lost me when they put letters with it.
Oh, congratulations on getting a certificate from the Columbus County Board of Education of your volunteerism that you've done over the past 7 or 8 years. Yeah. Hey.
And I'm going to tell you, Brett, you and I love to do this. We don't get paid for it, but, you know.
You don't get paid?
Sausage, yeah, but sausage dogs are deductible.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
But you and I get the opportunity to call these ball games, and we do it because we love it.
That's true.
Yeah, we apologize when we butcher names or we kind of get off track sometimes. But this is a fun thing to do.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's hard to get off track in a basketball game. Football games, you can get off track, but basketball, it's sort of hard to get off track. So
here's the other thing, Brett. I'm going to congratulate myself right now because I've been playing the same fantasy league for 11 years and finally won the championship this year.
Wow, awesome. Congratulations.
Fisher thinks about a 3, pulls it back, gets it over to the top of the key. Back over to Fisher. Fisher drives the lane. Yeah. Unforced there. The minute he drove the lane, he got off his feet, and it was an easy foul to call.
Yeah. And that's probably the guy that you want at the free throw line if you're Whiteville.
Will Fisher to the line, shooting 2.
Any guards at the line's always good.
Down by 7. This is important, you know, if you're Whiteville to get back in this game, scoring points with the clock stopped.
Yeah, I agree.
Fisher misses the first, still 39-32, 7:49 to go. Fisher's second is up, drains it, 39-33, back to a 2-possession game.
Whiteville out in the full court press now.
Nice pass to Sultan, kicks the ball back. Over to Jazion Brown. Down around the corner. Over to Tyree Simpson.
Looks like East Columbus going to slow it down a little bit.
2-man game. Junius and Jazion Brown. Tipped out of bounds by number 2, Mari Best. Still Gator basketball. It's up play. We almost had another Dragon. Simpson and Brown now playing 2-man basketball, closely guarded. Dangerous pass.
Throws it away.
Dangerous pass, and
I think it might be a little bit too early to try to run time off the clock if you're East Columbus. You don't want to play to lose, and it's like East Columbus right now is trying to play not to lose.
how hard is it sometimes to take the air out of a team that's actually in rhythm?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Fisher with the basketball, 6:55 to go here in the fourth. Round to Amari Best, around to Fisher. Fisher drives the baseline, up no good, out of bounds.
We'll go back to Whiteville.
Back to Whiteville. Whiteville basketball gets it inbound to Fisher.
Dangerous pass.
Dangerous pass taken by Jazion Brown. Tripped. And it'll be East Columbus basketball on the sideline.
That was a game-saving tackle there.
You know what that is? Better to take the pass interference than give up the touchdown.
I agree.
You got plenty of football metaphors left.
Let's see if East Columbus will go back to attacking the basketball instead of, trying not to lose.
What is that? The prevent always prevents you from winning?
Yeah.
All the way over to JT Junius. Brown to Jayson Brown.
I don't know, Kevin. I just don't see it, man.
Simpson kicks it back to Jayson Brown. Brown not using his dribble at that point. Tyree Simpson with the basketball. Over to Dorian
There you
Sullivan.
go.
Saw a jumper up, no good.
My man says, I'll take it.
Too many steps. And we'll go back the other direction. 6:14 to go. Gators up by 6.
12's coming back in.
That would be number 12.
Had to give him a
Cannon
little
Patrick.
breath.
Yeah, it doesn't show up on a score sheet, but those are hidden minutes for your big man to get himself a blow this late in the ball game.
Oh. Lackadaisical pass there. Foot on the line.
Fisher up, no good. Tip back behind.
Nice play. Nice play.
Lucky
by
bounce.
Cortina.
Lucky bounce is Montrez Holland with the bucket, and it's now 39-35. Whew, quickly up we go.
Close to 10.
Where we
seconds.
go, nobody knows.
Backside rebound in there, Kevin.
Barry Adams with the backside bucket makes it a 6-point game once again, 5:38 to go. Whiteville in the front court. Dribble penetration, jumper up, no good. Rebounded by Jayson Brown. He'll look to go, 1 against 0. Jayson Brown with another bucket, and quickly East Columbus back up by 8, 5:20 to go. Dribble penetration, straight up the gut, no call. Ball goes out of bounds, and it's Gator basketball up by
Probably
8.
a timeout here for Whiteville. Yeah, it doesn't. Just got to talk about it a little bit, slow it down.
Uncharacteristically, Whiteville down by 8 in the fourth quarter, and they seem the team that's a little more out of control right now.
For the shoes, and they're my size. Taking number 6, 8, 1, 9, 1, 2, 6.
Did we win, Brett? Did we win?
I don't know. What they giving away?
Shoes.
The head coach is giving away shoes at timeout.
1, 9, 1, 2, 6.
Maybe he's giving away one shoe.
Wow.
One twice. And they go.
So you got to be here to win.
Another ticket.
You could be out in the concession stand standing in line.
Or watching our broadcast.
There you go.
1, 3, 7.
There we
There
go.
she
We
goes.
have a winner.
The lady won a pair of men's shoes. I'll buy them from you right now. $25. Wonder if they're not your size and you win. You
Good
better
point.
grow into it and suck it up.
There you go.
Throw some Kleenex in it, son.
Ball's inbound.
He double dribbled, didn't he? They didn't call it.
They didn't
He
call
kept
it.
playing.
He's like, I know I double
He
dribbled.
triple dribbled.
There you go.
A triple dribble.
He's like, I thought I was doing the right thing, coach.
How did the referees miss that?
Hey, the funny thing is the kid called it on himself.
He knew he was wrong. Everybody in the stands except for the three out there knew it.
And I couldn't go Singletary's down there saying, how come he made the call and not y'all?
I've never seen a triple dribble. Say that 10 times fast.
I've never seen a triple dribble. No, I had dribbled 3 times on my shirt when I was trying to eat, but still. Ball's in. Quick inbound.
Ooh, that's offensive.
Offensive foul. Drops the shoulder.
Yeah,
And
definitely there.
Amari Best drops the shoulder, gets called for the charge, and we're going the other direction. East Columbus looking to push the lead to double digits. Quickly trying to get the ball to the floor. All the way up to Cannon Patrick. Patrick
And one.
with the hoop. Does not get the hoop, but does get the harm, and he'll go to the line for 2. With a chance to make this a double-digit lead.
Looks like Whiteville's trying to pick up their defensive intensity here. See what kind of change they make here to try to crawl back into this basketball game.
Shipman's second. Team's 5th. And once again, Cannon Patrick to the line for shooting 2. First one, the front rims out.
Free throw shooting, Kevin. Got to seal it right here. These are the ones you lay in bed and think about.
Kanan Patrick misses the first. Just under 5 minutes to go. Every shot critical at this juncture. Patrick second rims out, rebounded by the Wolfpack, heading the other direction. Shipman with the basketball. Does get his pocket picked as East Columbus basketball. Patrick with the basketball, kicks over to Tyree Simpson, back around to Jazion Brown. Brown around the corner, 1 against 2. Not getting a lot of help.
Out here.
Held ball, great hustle by Shipman.
East Columbus's coach has got to go down there and get in that play and help his players out.
Very astute, if you can't,
So
if they can't get it on the floor, you can call
when
from
you
the
see your kids
sideline.
in trouble, bail them out.
Simpson with the basketball, holding it. 4:38 to go, up by 8. Back around to Jazion Brown. Trapped in the corner, gets it over to baseline, back over to Jazion Brown. Over to Tyree Simpson. Tries to body his way through. Underneath. Round we go. Down below on the baseline, all by himself. Underneath. Hoop and harm.
Saw him at the corner of his eye there, Kevin. Found him underneath.
Great eyes.
Easy
Jabari Adams going to complete the three-point play. 10-point lead for the Gators. Looking to make it 11, 4:11 to go here in the fourth. Shipman's third puts Adams to the line trying to complete a three-point play.
First double-digit lead of the night.
Makes the three-point play, 46-35 our score, 4:11 in the fourth. C.J. Waddell into the game for the Gators. Clock still there. Now it's moving. 4:10 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Hey, you're at home and ain't got the clock on?
Pitcher with the basketball tries to drive the lane. Gets
walk
pushed.
or a foul. Walk.
Push not called. Walk is, and we're going back the other direction.
In college, that's a foul.
Yeah, but they also have continuation. We don't have that either. Ball's inbound. Kicked over to Kanan Patrick.
Give it up. There you
Divide
go.
in the lane.
He's close.
Hoop and harm. Jabari Adams back-to-back attempts at a three-point play, and this is quickly getting away from the Whiteville Wolfpack. Jabari Adams back-to-back attempts at a three-point play. 13-point lead, 3:54 to go with the Gators in front. Almost looks like it might be 14. Second free throw's up and no good. 48-35 our score, 3:52 to go. Cherry pick, could not get it. Soft layup, no good, no foul called. Tyree Simpson with the basketball. Fisher with the steal, up and good, and it's 48-37. East Columbus back to Cherry picks, ball up to Kanan Patrick. Soft jumper, drops it off. Jabari Adams with 7 quick points. No foul call. Bodies on the floor. Fisher up with a three. Rims in and out, no good.
Oh.
Best, no good.
Get all you can
Second
get, baby.
shot gets hit, and he'll go to the line for 2.
Looked like about 7 fouls there, but one got called.
There you go. But on the other end, Brett, Jabari Adams with 7 quick points.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it's a 13-point lead with 3:10 to go.
You know what? East Columbus started attacking the basket again, and they extended the lead. I don't know why they were pulling it out there. You know, now with 3 minutes left, you can start about slowing down your offense, but I didn't know about 8.
Now, if you're Whiteville, down by 13, how long can you let this go before you start to foul?
Well, you know, I hadn't seen East Columbus make a lot of free throws, so I would test my antics by putting them on the line.
Antics, good word.
Well, I made it up. I don't know if it means anything, but hey, Webster can use it if he wants to.
Somebody got a thesaurus for Christmas, I think. Up, no good.
Whiteville's not making theirs either, so.
3:10 to go, 13-point lead for the Gators. And, it's going to be a long 3:10.
76-73, Pender over South with 2 seconds left. My fault.
Second front rim's no good, rebounded by East Columbus. Ball, battle on the floor, goes over to East Columbus. Credit to Wolfpack getting on the floor, trying to get every possession they can. Fantastic ball game in Pender County tonight.
South down by 3. I don't know if they have the ball or not, but have the opportunity maybe to score and tie it up. But, South Columbus goes from a no-win season to,
being
being
in the
able
thick
to,
of things.
yeah. Not what you want to do if you're East Columbus. Turnover and then foul.
You make a mistake and lose the handle on the basketball, then compounded it by making the foul also. 2:59 to go, 13 points the deficit for the Wolfpack. Substitutions by both teams. And Brett, 3 minutes to go. Right now it's a question of which team is going to be the most disciplined down the stretch, and I think will win it. I think the question, Brett, is did the substitution get made in time?
I'm sure the ball's still dead.
The official had to handle the basketball, so I don't think they can call it technical for too many men on the court. Can you hum the Haunting Jeopardy theme here? Called a technical, Brett.
Against who?
For too many men on the court.
Against East Columbus or what?
I want to say East Columbus.
Wow.
He's saying the substitution wasn't made in time. I don't know how you call that, Brett, if you haven't given the ball to the basketball players.
I don't either.
If I was the coach, I would be asking for an explanation too.
Anytime an official does this, they don't know what they're doing.
That's not a good sign.
You shrug your shoulders and hold your hands up.
I guess he's saying he didn't get off the floor in a reasonable amount of time. First free throw is up and good, I believe.
Yeah, it was.
It's not even changed the scoreboard, though. There it is.
Big call in that situation there, Kevin. I probably wouldn't have taken it as easy as he did, but.
Here's the thing, Brett. It's now an 11-point game, and East Columbus has to give up possession.
Right, that's right.
2:59 to go. 11 points to lead for East Columbus. Whiteville with possession.
21's checking in. Look for him to hit a 3.
Around we go, back and forth. Fisher with the basketball, almost had it stolen. Mar at best, quick teardrop or 2, and it's now a 9-point game.
Big swing right there, Kevin. Big momentum swing, too.
Big 4-point change. We went from a 13-point game to a 9-point game. Timeout, Whiteville, Brett. 2:37 to go. Take us into both huddles.
Well, I'm sure Coach Singletary's talking about what we're going to do if they try to hold the ball. Are we going to put them on the line? Who do we need to foul? Who do we not need to foul? Because I'm assuming East Columbus is probably going to slow it down because they already have. Now, East Columbus is probably going to talk about, how we're going to run time off this clock. Our biggest enemy is the clock at this time. So, work the ball around. Don't leave anybody out to dry. And let's score only if, it's a wide open layup or whatever.
How important is it to know right now how many timeouts you have?
Very important, because especially East Columbus, you got to use those very wisely. If your kids get in trouble, jump ball or whatever, call a quick timeout for your kids.
We talked about this in the girls' game. How important is game management and knowing in these kind of situations what to do and where to go?
Because these timeouts don't linger over to the next game.
Right.
You get 0 at the end of the game. Full court pressure here by Whiteville.
2:37 to go, 9 points, a 3-possession game. Quickly, cherry pick. Up. Layup is good by Jaden Troy. Troy's layup makes it an 11-point game, 2:26 to go.
Nice job breaking that press and scoring.
Hustle on the floor. Scrum for the ball, goes around the corner. Fisher with the basketball. Kicks it back up to the top of the key. Around we go. Fisher. Jump shot up and good. A 3 has drained it.
Fix the net, baby. You know it's a good shot if you have to fix the net.
Back to an 8-point game, 44-52.
Mr. Ref, don't try to jump up there and get it. There you go.
What is it when you short people trying to do that?
Nah, I would have never tried that. I said,
At least not in front of a crowd.
I know my limitations.
Yeah. 52-42.
It's going to be a hold against Whiteville. Are they in 1-1, Kevin?
I believe they're close.
Okay.
Going to be a parade the last 2:10. East Columbus up by 8.
If I'm Whiteville, I'm going to make East Columbus earn this from the free throw line.
Team's 8, so it is a 1-1. 2:10 to go. How many possessions can you get in 2:10, Brett?
Oh, at least 7 or 8. Well, it's according if they hold on to the ball. See, that's
front rim's up and no good. Again, Whiteville content to make East Columbus make their free throws. Drives no good. Gets his own rebound. Still time coming off the clock. 3 is up. No good. Gets his own rebound. Hacked in the act. He'll shoot 2.
Here's where that physicality of White was coming in, crashing the boards and getting second chance opportunities, going to the line with the clock stopped, as you say.
Montrez Holland going to the line, shooting 2, can make this a 2-possession game, Brett. But again, Whiteville has to make their free throws on the other end.
And again, like I'm saying, Kevin, if I'm Whiteville, East Columbus is going to have to earn it from the free throw line.
And honestly, I think both of them are going to have to win it through the free throw line. Up and no good. Still an 8-point lead and 1:57 to go here in the fourth. Got to credit both of these schools. 2 great ball games tonight, Brett.
Yeah.
Second is up and good. It's now a 7-point game, 52-45.
What's going on there? Wow.
I think they were trying to tap the ball to get it into the out of bounds. The official thought it was an inbound play and called it.
East Columbus, you have timeouts. You can use them.
Fisher with the basketball on the low key. Around the corner we go. 3 is up. Amari Best, 3 is up, no good. Jayzion Brown, Cherry picks it up to Jaden Troy. Troy throws up a reverse, does not get it to fall, but we'll go to the line for 2.
But can he convert the free throws?
That's going to be the issue, Brett.
Now East Columbus is going to be in the double bonus from here on out. So keep that in mind.
Team's 9, so it's going to be double bonus from here on in.
East Columbus can't buy a free throw.
Wonder if you can get the free throw statistics from East Columbus right now.
No, it's not good.
Second one's up, no good. Wiggly back up is Whiteville, driving the lane. Credit the defensive play of Jaden Troy right there. He's set to take the pick. The Whiteville player saw it, drops the ball off, and nobody was expecting that pass. Kanan Patrick misses the layup, ties him up, gets called for the foul.
Oh, wow.
Oh, actually ties him up.
Gives him the
Gives him the
jump ball
tie
there.
up.
Wow.
1:32 to go, 7 points to lead. It is a 3-possession game. And both teams are a little gassed right now, trying to get as much air in their lungs as they can for the last minute and a half. Fisher with a long-range three. Off the front rim, no good. Taken by East Columbus. Jason Brown with the basketball. No basket interference call on the tap on the backboard. Round we go.
If I'm Whiteville, I'm fouling because East Columbus can't throw it in ocean from the free throw line.
Tyree Simpson with the basketball.
You got a foul here.
Jabari
Not there.
Jabari Adams, this is the third time he's got hoop and harm.
Foul here.
And
Foul. What I say in the girls' game? Foul away from the basket,
Basketball.
not under the basket.
Jabari Adams for the third time in the second half, Brett, will have a chance to complete a three-point play.
Wow.
9-point lead, 1:03 to go here in the fourth quarter.
It's like the Wolfpack faithful is packing up shop.
Big free throw here to make it a 10-point game. Adams
Makes
completes
a free
the
throw.
three-point play, a 55-45 our score, a minute to go here in the ball game. Around we go. All the way over to Amari Best. Inside. Quick block, stolen by East Columbus, goes out of bounds. It'll stay Whiteville basketball. 49.4 to go, 10 points to lead, and this East Columbus group is feeling it right now. They're about to come away with one of their biggest wins in the last couple of years.
I agree.
Over to Fisher. Fisher thinks about it. Picks it
Nice
up to
play.
2, but down by 10. Is it too little, too late?
I don't think so, Kevin, because I think you can, if you'll do it and foul quick and get possession. So what you're fighting for right now is possessions. And East Columbus has shown that it's been pretty tough for them to put it in the basket from the free throw line. So that's what I'm going to do.
42.4. The crowd right now evidently is.
Yeah, they don't see it the way we see it. But and I'm telling you, Fisher is probably the smoothest basketball player out there for Whiteville. So I'm putting the ball in his hands and letting him score.
Okay, 42.4 to go, 55-47 our score. And right now, time is of the essence, and you can't afford 2-point buckets at this point.
You try to steal the inbounds pass, then foul immediately. He pushed him.
Yep.
I don't know if I'd have pushed him there because that could have been.
You got to be careful
intentional.
how you push him and where you push him.
You got to go around and reach for the ball. That's going to be 2 shots.
It's double bonus anyway.
Yep.
And important now, if you're East Columbus, take the free points and make sure you get at least 1 out of 2 and salt this thing away. Brown to the line for 2. Hits the first. Makes it a 9-point game. 3 possessions with 40.7 is going to be a tall task for the Wolfpack. Does not hit the second. Whiteville trying to bring it up. Precious time coming off the clock. Best drive line kicks it back out. 2-point field goal attempt up, no good. Again, going to be Whiteville ball, 25.9 to go.
Am I missing something? Is the Fisher kid not on the floor for Whiteville? There he goes. He's out there now. Okay. Doing an offensive substitution for him.
I think they're going offense for defense.
Yeah. If I'm Whiteville, I'm looking for him to get the basketball and doing a quick shot.
I think we're the holdup right now is we're trying to clear that corner. A lot of folks trying to get in and out.
Or they may be trying to get to the lobby to see our broadcast.
Exactly.
There's a foul there. Not what you want to do if you're East Columbus there. You don't want to put Whiteville on the line.
25 seconds to go, 9 points to lead. And the question is, if you're Whiteville, do you have enough time to get 3 possessions?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Important here to hit your free throw.
I mean, it has happened, Kevin.
Hey, this is high school sports, man. Anything can happen.
That's right. But you got to make those right there.
I think if you're Whiteville, you're going to look back and say, we had how many possessions with the clock stopped where we could have hit a free throw here, a free throw there.
Free throw shooting has been horrific tonight. That's a free shot.
Mm-hmm.
No defense on it.
Here's the second. Our score, 56-48, 25.1 to go. Ball is inbounded. Does not get the foul called. Finally, foul's called on number 10 with 21.2 to go. East Columbus up by 8.
So South Columbus goes down the Pender by 3 in overtime tonight. No, by 2, 73-75.
I'm going to tell you something, Brett. Great basketball across the conference tonight. A lot of close games. East Columbus pulling the men off the free throw line at this point.
Because they know he's going to make them. They got that much confidence.
Jaden Troy hits the first, makes it a 9-point game, 21.2 to go. Brett and I will be at South Columbus next week for another great ball game. And South Columbus, another team really coming on, like gangbusters, going to be in the thickest in the conference race.
Should be a really good basketball game next Friday.
Hits them both and makes it a 10-point game with 20 seconds to go. Whiteville just about running out of time. Dangerous place to pick up your. Fisher with a 3, up, and misses it. 9.8 seconds to go. Foul call will come down here at the other end. This one's just about out of reach. Again, I think this is probably going to be one of the biggest wins in East Columbus basketball has had against a quality opponent in a number of years, Brett. Say what you want about this East Columbus team, but they're on the way up. Patrick's free throw is no good. It's a double bonus. He's under he thought it was 1-on-1. He's at. He looked over and says, shh, don't say it.
He takes a jump shot for a free throw.
Yep. Almost done.
But you know what, though?
Layup hit to end the ball game. It'll be 58.
Good thing about that kid, he tells on himself. He gave up the double dribble a while ago. I like that.
Yeah.
Hey, big win there for the Gators here in the Swamp.
And the Gator faithful are on the floor, Brett. Big ball game, big win tonight, and Gators are pointing to the scoreboard. They're excited, and again, credit East Columbus, ball players. They're not pointing. They're not doing anything. They're being class gentlemen. That's just a lot for this program and the way these teams are coached.
Yep.
No finger pointing. No mess. Both two quality class programs doing a great job coaching their young men. Now you can celebrate, get back to your locker room, and enjoy this when East Columbus, you've earned it.
Well, that's exactly right. It's celebrate, but put it behind you and get ready for the next game. Whiteville is not the only team you need to beat in this conference.
It's just one of those things, if you're a coach, you're glad this game's on a Friday night. Thank goodness for the weekend. You can get it out of your system tomorrow. Watch yourself some pro football this weekend. I want to say one thing before we get away from us, Brett. Everybody saw what happened, on Monday.
Yeah.
And I want to say a shout out to our athletic trainers in this county and our first responders who are at these ball games who really take pride in keeping these games safe. I talked with Jonathan Williams a lot, over the last several years. He's in charge of, the athletics for Columbus County, and he really makes sure the emergency, response plans are, posted everywhere and making sure those things, these games are as safe as they can possibly be.
Well, when that happened, Kevin, the first thing I thought about was us locally and something like that happened. And, we're trained as coaches on what to do. Now, doing it when it actually happens is another story, but we're actually trained on, AEDs and CPR and all this kind of stuff on what to do if a child goes down, because that's the worst thing that could actually happen. What we saw Monday night, we didn't think about a football game. Life flashed in front of everybody's eyes Monday night, and I think I think it made everybody realize what is important. It brought a lot of people together. And it's bad that it has to take events like that to bring people together. But, you know, the kid's doing great.
I actually talked to the team today.
Yeah, and, you know, just everybody's asking if he's going to play football again or what. You don't really worry about that right now.
Doctor said he won the game of life, and that's
right.
important.
That's right. And I'm just proud of everybody in pretty much the nation about how they encircled around this guy.
Absolutely. A lot of love shown. Just want to give, like I said, a shout-out to our first responders, our athletic trainers. Those are responsible for keeping our kids safe. They do a fantastic job. So I want to thank Franklin Davis for stopping by tonight. Brett, always good to work with you as always. We're going to be on the campus of South Columbus next week for another exciting ball game. So for Brett Burrs and Kevinton, we'll see you next Friday night for the Friday night game of the week here on the Columbus County Social Media Network.